Greetings, viewers and listeners. Welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play, show, and podcast produced by Lionhead Gaming. This production is the Lionhead Gaming version of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic 1 to 20 adventure book for D&D 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. A blend of classic high fantasy with Greek mythology to create an epic saga of an adventure, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. And so with that, I want to let the cast reintroduce themselves and their characters.
Hello, this is John, he, him, and I play Mercury, the Siren demigod sorcerer. Well, I'll tell you what, there ain't no finer god on this entire realm than Kira. She gonna make the sun shine, and she gonna make that music just flow.
Hello, I'm Brendan, he, him, and I play Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hey, I'm Kishi. I play Bartholomeos, the Minotaur Herculean Barbarian. May the Ancient Ones watch over you.
I'm Nick, he, him, and I play Theamos, the human dragon lord paladin. Okay, Sophia. What's irritating doesn't go away and makes you miserable? A lich. Get it? Because it's a play on it's your no fun. Mercury would have laughed at that joke.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Impheria, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. There's just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric.
I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Trace, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
Excellent. And with that, we are going to begin tonight's episode of Heroes of Thylea. Starting with a recap from the one and only and ineffable Nick.
So last time on Heroes of Thylea, we went a bit back in time before the end of the last session, so a certain couple of members can have some conversations. First, it started with Mercury and Sophia, who had a bit of conversation that I didn't write down in my notes. And then we moved on to Nyx and Impheria, who need to have a conversation about what occurred between Nyx and Theamos when they opened up a box and unleashed a demon into the world. Talking about trust and other icky, gross feeling stuff. Later, Nyx and Impheria also began talking about how strange the family tree of everyone in the party is. It seems that everyone is related either by blood or just by close association to either one of the gods or one of the titans. Continuing on with their travels, the party saw a large pillar of light emanating from somewhere in the distance, somewhere near, or at least towards, Eurasia. But, I mean, we're kind of traveling up a mountain, so we kind of can't do anything about that right now. But it happened. It was there. We experienced that together. While traveling up this snowy mountain, the party seemed to see a strange spear-like object at the top of a hill, but when they came up to it, they realized that it was actually just a very large feather. And Theamos, with his smithing tool proficiency, checked it out and realized that it was made out of this strange organic mithril. And then the party decided to cut it up, maybe believing that, Inferior needed, a feather for something, for what Vulcan was going to make her. And then as they continued on, they came upon a scene with several dead Auerbell cubs surrounding this strange icy terrain as they began to be attacked by adult owlbears who, saw the party with their dead cubs, put two and two together, even though it didn't happen that way. But to put two and two together, they assumed the party killed the bears, and the owlbears weren't that much of an issue to deal with. But it wasn't until these strange ice-crested owlbears joined the party, joined the enemies with their strange aura and ice breath attacks. But then the real problem was what we assumed the feathers came from a larger owlbear, probably the alpha, with wings coated in this strange alloy, organic mithril, that seemed to come down and try to grab Mercury up into the air, but the party was able to kill it before it could do so. That's all that was important to happen. Everything else that happened after that wasn't important. No one cares about, Sophia's, you know, grabbing the ice heart and Nyx, not Nyx, and Furia almost dropping it, but that didn't happen. We don't talk about that.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Not a detail missed, actually. As your mythic inspiration resets and is set to 1. As just moments after Sophia was able to clutch and grab the falling frozen ice heart and utilize her undead spirit to rip out the one of the other of these frosty, frozen over owlbears. It is around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Your legs tired, some of you already bearing a level of exhaustion, and now having been through a potentially tiresome fight, we come back into it.
We did hear something overhead, though, right?
Yes, as you were inspecting the spears and seeing more and more of them, and then seeing one that was or a barrage of them that had embedded themselves into some sort of large bear-like creature. You did hear a very loud and sort of piercing roar sort of emanate over the clouds that attracted your attention, most notably Inferior, who sprinted off after it, thinking perhaps that it was a dragon that you all were dealing with, but it was not. The roar became familiar after perhaps a few moments, recalling a similar sort of sound shortly after you all contested with those storm elementals just off the shores of Mitros. The last of those 4 elementals seemingly made its way now to Mount Telemach. It seems to be harrowing you all in some strange fashion.
I only thought it was a dragon because Nick said so.
Yeah, Nick theorized out loud, and that was her mistake, I guess. Not the young nymph who decides to run off after a fucking maybe dragon.
Well, I mean, should we all maybe find a place to hunker down? It's getting a little late.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe I can find another cave entrance.
It does not look like the weather is letting up.
Yeah, much
Oh,
to
and
Atreus' credit, it actually seems to be getting worse.
that elemental is still out here somewhere. That's what we heard, not one of these.
So, you think he like a blizzard elemental, or is it just because it's so cold up here that it's all snow, or?
Well, I mean, naturally, it'd probably just be cold up here, but I mean, if the storm is getting worse, that's probably it.
There aren't necessarily that many types of elements when it comes to elementals, if I recall from our research about the storm. But it does sound like it's one. Otherwise, I feel like, in any case, we're too weak to handle more than one.
Cause what we fought a wind one and like a water one, and it was like a lightning one or like a thunderous one.
Lightning. That's the one that donated its heart to Ivis.
Is ice an element, or like is that just cold water?
Ice is just frozen water.
Well, then what one we missing? Sophia, what one we missing? You read all them books.
From what I remember, we should have accounted for them all. I thought originally the one escaped was the child of Sidon.
No,
But I may be wrong.
I thought Kira debunked that theory.
Indeed. I don't
Perhaps
know
it
what the
was.
last elemental would be, if it was one.
Well, perhaps it was a duplicate. Maybe another wind elemental or another lightning elemental.
Maybe water.
Yeah, those of you who sort of spend all that time doing that elemental research, if you want, you can give me an Arcana check.
I don't remember if I was doing any of the research or not.
Where she go?
You were definitely there for the conversation, so you can give me a harder history check.
I found the place in my notes, so I don't think I'm going to be making a check here.
Oh, it's like a Brendan note.
Do you not remember how I take notes, my guy?
I know how Brendan takes notes. I'm assuming it's like that. No, you take major notes. You got like books upon books upon books upon books. So then you should know exactly what it is.
All right. I pass priority to you, Nix. What do you recall?
Well, Storm, in terms of an elemental, is not really an elemental. The theory is that storms are a result of several elementals working together, as proven by what we had fought back in Mitros. There is another thing at the center of it. The only other theory we have, not necessarily a theory, but more like an understanding, Thylea is a quarter of the material plane, and there are some records of other planes, like a cold and desolate one with constant snow. If anything, whatever the elemental is, it could be coming from one of those.
But like, wouldn't them big old stone fists jump up and grab it?
If that were the case, there wouldn't have been a storm in Mitros.
So it must
Not
not
to
pose a
mention-
big enough threat.
Perhaps. Also, the same reason why Kentamane wouldn't have stopped that monstrosity that Theamos and I unleashed from the box. Not every threat to Thylea is one requiring the intervention of a Titan. But that's all the information that we have. The fact of the matter is there isn't really a lot of information on elementals. The Forge Keeper is an exciting sight because she is probably the only one you can directly ask about her plane.
Huh.
Yes, did you ask any of those questions when you visited her?
Looks over at Atreus.
Did you do much talking when you visited her?
Whole class turns around at Atreus.
What?
Well, they wanted to
Atreus?
know if you had pillow talk with your lady friend about her plane of existence last time you went and saw her.
What's pillow talk?
Well, it's like when you talk about stuff after you have sex. Like you tell each other like deep dark
That
secrets
is
and stuff.
disgusting that you assume that.
It's part of intimacy.
Jesus. Now I feel dirty.
What,
you
you tell me?
you
tell me that
all
you
assume
two,
that?
So then you just talk the whole time?
I didn't really
The
make any...
Firekeeper has been alone for millennia. All she wanted was someone to talk to. A friend.
So then what'd you talk about?
Oh, Trace, that's so sweet.
Each other.
So then what'd you learn about her? What's her place like?
Enough.
Atreus, we're most likely facing an elemental, and we need to know about them. You don't have to tell us the Forge
Atreus
Keeper's
shrugs.
life secrets.
I'm
I
telling you,
think
she doesn't tell me much. I don't know about what her elemental plane of existence is.
I don't think Atreus is
Alright.
trying to withhold any information. And I honestly
We
think
just talk. She's been
asking
lonely for like a millennia. She just wanted someone to talk to. Jesus.
I think
Nick puts a hand on Atreus' shoulder. It's okay.
this is the
Alright.
most Atreus has ever spoken.
Well, I mean, like, what'd y'all talk about? Like, did you talk
Mercury,
about
it's
like
not.
food or like hobbies?
Mercury.
What?
He doesn't have to give you that kind of information. It seems like it's private.
Wait, is it private?
If she wanted to tell you, she would.
But she told you.
It's
Mm-hmm.
That's
regardless.
sweet.
It's irrelevant right now.
We are getting far beyond the point.
Mm-hmm.
The Forge Keeper didn't tell him anything, and that is fine. Not to mention, she is an element of fire. Her plane is not going to be the same as a potentially very cold, snowy plane, which may or may not exist.
Well, I mean, I just kind of imagine this might be wrong because I ain't the smartest folk around here. But like, fire wouldn't really like water, just like cold ice wouldn't really like fire. So I think we just burn whatever the fuck that elemental is, because fire usually fucks up ice.
And we can do that once we ascertain what kind of elemental it is.
And once we're, a little recovered from this battle, and hopefully not in such an open place.
As Sophia, with your 23 Arcana, additionally, you would recall looking at the sort of planar theory map of these border planes, these elemental planes. They are all interconnected. Fire to earth, fire to air, water to air, etc., etc. And along these connections, there were some discussion on like whether or not it's a hard border between them, or if there is something of a sort of a soft border where the elements come together in strange new smaller fashions, where you almost end up with border planes between them. So going from fire to earth might result in an area that is intermixed. It is mostly theoretical. A lot of people don't really have the magical power to traverse between the planes. You would know this for sure, though there are, again, theories on incantations to do that sort of thing. It's not something that people have been able to put into practice. That combined with the storm being the result of multiple elementals coming together. And you would recall with the three that were defeated, their strange sort of cores seemed to be floating and almost seemed to start reconstituting themselves, like they were bringing themselves back together before Kira was able to sort of basically blast them with divine energy. And in doing so, it seemed like a small fraction of a potential maybe divine spark or something similar was released out of each of the three cores, going up into the clouds and perhaps to this last elemental, bringing with them a portion of each of their power.
Theory about the storm elemental might also be incorrect. Might be a result of an ancillary plane. But the more important part is it seemed like the sparks released by those individuals may not have been spread throughout the world, but returned to the one remaining, meaning it will be more powerful than the last.
All the more reason to rest for the night.
Yep.
Nick starts to take the lead to go find us a safer place to find respite.
Indeed. Walking away from this place, it's mostly pretty barren and empty for a while. You have where the path is taking you now, it almost seems kind of flat and almost sort of bowl-like if you were to like sort of zoom out at it, as you sort of look to your left, you can see a high ridge of mountainous rock, and then to your right, a similar sort of ridge, so it seems to be wider on this side, almost as if the mountain itself is like turning. So we'll be turning the other way. So the left side closer, the right side further. It almost seems to be like this sort of like in backward C as you continue up through this snowy area. Give me survival checks. Nix.
Don't forget if you're exhausted.
Yeah, you have some. Okay, with Inferior helping, you can just give me a straight survival check.
Do I get
No.
additional? Oh, no?
No.
This isn't my wanderer thingy, favorite terrain stuff.
Because you have a level of exhaustion, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you'd have
Well, you got
disadvantage.
a 24 anyway.
Yeah, you got a 24.
Okay.
But
That's fine.
you know, advantage, disadvantage cancel each other, all of that nonsense.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, with the 24, it takes you about 10 more minutes or so, and you sort of see. You're able to sort of notice, looking ahead, just this sort of sharp divot in the falling snow coming towards you. It all seems to be sort of blowing in your face, but you notice this sort of pocket where it seems to sort of stop just underneath a sort of sharp rise in the mountainous terrain on your right-hand side. There is just, it looks like the sort of rocky outcropping, surrounded, strangely enough, by a small thicket of trees. As it does not look like there's a proper cave. It just looks like, again, sort of like you had on the cliffside a while back. You have sort of a thin wall of shelter to the storm blowing at to your front. This rock blocking some of it, and then some trees, about 10 of them or so, sort of nestled against this rocky side here. It's not a proper cave or underground section. You're kind of still outside, but it's as protected as anything looks about or out here.
This may have to do.
Those trees, that makes me happy.
You really wish to sit upon cold, icy branches?
Particularly, but we can sit underneath them.
Beneath the cold, icy branches with icicles as sharp as daggers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can knock them all down if that helps.
Mercury, I'm just teasing her.
Oh, so you two ain't fighting no more.
No, we're not.
Good.
Nyx doesn't answer Mercury. She just turns her head away.
Except it would appear that you two are still fighting. If Nyx and I can make up, then I do believe that Mercury and Nyx should be able to reconcile their issue.
I mean, I ain't got no issue with her.
Neither do I.
See? We're fine.
Press X to doubt.
I have +7 to deception. Thank you very much.
Book of
Chat,
Grudges
press X to
at a
doubt.
page.
What'd you say?
The Book of Grudges at just a page.
Oh my god. Yeah, you guys are able to come together, and though you like feel rather tired, it's been a while, or actually it hasn't, since you sort of completed your last long rest. Is you kind of, you need to rest, but at the same time you find yourself really sort of incapable of really doing so. You're able to sort of come together and get some camping stuff together, get your tents and stuff laid out. Sophie able to pull up her bubble, no issue, but you have time. Unfortunately, really benefiting from a long rest requires a bit of the passage of time, unable to sort of take one within 24 hours of the last, as it'll probably be about 3 hours or so before you can really truly start one. As what do you guys do to sort of pass the time?
Thought it was later in the day. Damn.
It's only 5.
5. I'm gonna wait till probably 8.
Oof.
I've got a reading to do. I pull out my scrolls and I continue reading the Azarios trilogy.
Okay.
fun.
Trace will stand guard and just gnaw on some, like, I don't know, some tough meat, some jerky, or something to
Nah.
keep chewing on. Yeah, literally just gnawing on it, just in his mouth.
Purposely over
Because
chewing
we
it.
can't do like tobacco or anything, but
Is a Trace
it's
a
totally
loud
just chewing
chewer?
something. Not really,
That's good.
just chewing on something, just keeping watch. At the very heavy storm. Yes. There's lots of snow. Yeah. Mostly just filling in the time. Eating and pretending to do something.
I also make snow
Cafeteria.
people out of everyone in the party.
Do you make little snow dragons too?
He seems
Hey, does he
overjoyed
help?
at the notion and wants to help.
We make the best snow team, and then kill the rest of the party, and then we play as snow characters now.
Understandable.
Have a
Want
nice
to meet a
day.
wizard that can't move on from his allies, so he makes simulacrums of all of them.
Oh lord.
You'll have to get through
Yeah.
me and my party.
We'll just kind of scout the surrounding area a little bit.
Okay, so you're going to slip away from the campsite a little bit and just sort of cover your local ground. Okay, okay. Decent way
Not
to
too
spend
far.
some
Wouldn't do to
time.
get lost.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Not in this weather. Okay. What have you, Sophia?
The usual. Making a map, copying over a shit ton of spells.
Yeah, you have some extra time. So you can spend those 3 hours plus probably first watch, so 5. Doing that.
What's Kira up to?
She seems to be sort of leaning up against one of the trees that seems to just ever so slightly protrude into the bubble. Not really able to find a perfectly clear space to put it with this outcropping here. And she just seems to sort of notate a few things as people sort of split off and go in their own direction. And then she just seems to sort of look off into the distance. You can see like a slight sort of glow behind her eyes, like ever so slightly, like gold flecks, not really like emanating with power or anything, but like she's definitely doing something, but internally.
I'll walk over there. What are you doing?
Oh, I was passing along a bit of information.
To who?
Valis.
Like, what sorts of information?
I was letting her know that we're still alive and how close we are to the necropolis.
Well, it's good you two are back on speaking terms.
Yes. It is, it's uncomfortable being able to talk to your family at a moment's notice and them not allowing you to.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know too much about that. I mean, I haven't talked to my ma and pa in a few years now.
They were on our island, weren't they?
Yep. I mean, it's your island. You came there, you planted the seeds of a civilization.
It is... It is painful to see how much my lapse in memory pains you, Mercury. I'm sure a far-fetched from your own anguish, but I do hurt for you.
I mean, I was talking with Sophia last night, and you know, it kind of boiled down to a few things. If you got time to chat.
Always time for conversation. She sort of adjusts her posture and sort of leans back to one side, tucking her hands over her crossed legs, and just holds her scroll. Doesn't seem to be writing.
Maybe my first question is, what the fuck happened to you? Like, you're a damn god. All you were. And it's like, y'all got real weak.
We are not the gods of our heyday, that is fair. Some of that is to do with the Oath of Peace, a dwindling shift in power, a rebalancing, if you will. Though there are parts of it I cannot speak of, bound by oath. I can say part of it, I think, is our own personal failings. My sister and father were far more hopeful 500 years ago. I feel like I'm the only one of us left that believes in the mortal races anymore. That's why I want to chronicle your story, your odyssey. I believe in the Oracle's vision. I believe that you can come together and put a stop to the Titans, finally. But after 250 years of preparations and trying to bring the mortal races together, I know my sister has grown more cynical than wise. Perhaps one and the same for her. I miss the Valis that taught the mortals the magic of medicine, gifted them with healing reagents, and showed them the mysteries of magic. Now she is, I think, afraid of failure, afraid of not living up to our mother. And I like to think that the only thing that's changed about me is my sense of humor has gone a little bit more extreme than most, I think, want to deal with. It's a bit different, but, you know, you get tired of the same jokes after the first hundreds of years. Well, I spent a lot of time hiding.
I spent a lot of time on the island, that's for sure.
It felt like hiding.
I would say it was building hope.
But now that hope is nowhere to be found.
I don't know about that. I mean, got a whole gaggle of us up here on second highest point in the whole world. Gonna go take on these challenges. I mean, shit. It's the last thing we need to do, according to the Oracle.
Do what has not been done.
Do you ever try to live up to your mother's reputation?
Uh, no, I find I'm more mercurial. Should have looked at you with a smile. I want to be who it is I want to be. It's my sister's self-inflicted burden to bear.
Well, that usually happens. Healers are the worst patients.
And trying to give her advice is a pain in the ass.
Well, who else is gonna give it to her?
I suppose you're right there.
You can't give up just 'cause it gets hard. That's what Paul always taught me. Suppose he probably learned that from you.
The show must go on and all that.
Indeed. Are you gonna forget about me?
Of course not, Mercury.
I mean, what makes me different?
I suppose it would be the fact that you are here. Everything else is gone. There's no record of Yavin, right? The island itself is off the map.
There's records. You all just can't see them. There's probably records now there in your book about our Odyssey.
You think... Well, my records wouldn't change.
But your memory did.
Well, then I would have to say that I would have to have hope, then. And I would not forget you. I would not forget any of you. This journey has been... There's only one other like it. And I have not forgotten them.
Back in the beginning of the Oath of Peace.
Shortly after it was signed, yes, the Age of Heroes. That first century was a wild and tumultuous time, but in a fun, refreshing way. So much life and hope. People wanting to make names for themselves. All the greatest heroes came from that time. A new generation, born of peace. I want to see that time again.
Well, a few of the things I've learned in this life is peace only comes after sacrifice. And hope. Hope is only strongest after a great loss. Because that's all you can hold on to.
Darkest before the dawn. Yeah. Hold on to the old ways. A way of looking at things that is free from the acceptance of the Titans, Mercury. It is something that I think differentiates you quite handedly from everyone else. Nyx has her resentment of Lutheria, but I do not think she would disrespect her. Not openly like you do, Sidon. You seem to wish to be struck by lightning on a daily basis. And Sophia, it feels like... I'm not sure she really understands just how monstrous the Titans truly are if they are not bound by oath. And Furia has a lot to learn about many things. Atreus seems to be a man of a singular purpose. Perhaps there's hope in Theamos as well. But you truly loved us, didn't you?
Yeah.
I know things from your description, you pointing it out on the map. Yavin was far away from the others. I spent apparently a lot of my time there, but Pythor, Vulcan, Valis, they've all focused on the lands to the south, trying to bring them together and failing. Even if they are getting better, Euresia and Mitros have only stopped warring because the Oath of Peace is coming to an end. Mortals seem dead set on staying divided. They need something to bring them together, Mercury. I think that's why I have so much hope in this group.
I mean, we all gathered from all throughout the lands.
Exactly! Furia is an Amazon, Nyx is from somewhere in the Cerulean Gulf, Theamos a descendant of the gods, yourself from a place so far to the north that no one would think to have known of it, but now it is hidden. Sophia, a member of the Stygians, a noble family in Mitros, you're all together greater than the sum of your parts.
Well, what I've learned is everybody fucks up. At some point, this group's gonna fuck up. Hopefully, you'll be there to keep the hope alive.
I certainly hope so.
If Sai never wakes his stupid ass up and decides to strike me down, well, fuck him.
I am admittedly worried about the notion. I have heard that he hopes to arrive himself in person in Mitros, pay witness to the great games. I would be worried of you chucking fire in his face.
Everything I've learned in my study of plays, songs, ballads, you don't throw fire. Physical damage and slights, they last for just a little while. You gotta cut at the heart. You gotta go deep. Emotionally scar that thing. Poseidon's a fucking coward. Asking people to mass murder people so he can feel all big and tall. A real person would get in there and do the dirty work himself. He's just a poor excuse for a powerful being.
I suppose so. I know if you all manage to best whatever it is whoever it is that wants to represent the Titans in the games and in the debates, that'll be, I believe the phrase is egg on their faces.
Yep. Well, it's good chatting.
Of course. I'm always happy to talk with you all. I try to stay out of your way. I know it can be awkward. An entity that would receive your words and praise if I was at greater distance, being right next to you, can be unsettling. Heroes have had to overcome such things in the past. Besides, I am sure to the normal settlers, once you all accomplish this, you will be almost deific in their minds as well.
Well,
The streets will
no
pass
God.
before you.
Whatever we can do to help people and not watch this whole realm just disappear in the chaos of Sidon and Thylea. I just walk away.
You just get this sort of feeling that she's just sort of watching you walk away. You don't really hear the shuffle of her scroll opening back up or anything like that. Atreus, nothing of note really happened. You kind of find the, after about an hour or so, you've managed to chew the flavor out of your jerky, and it's just this sort of beefy, moundy mess in your mouth, but it still has some chew left to it, so you keep on chomping away. Sophia, easily able to sort of take this time and this warmth thanks to your bubble to focus on copying over spells. I'm sure you have the materials and the like for it. Do you already know what you've copied over?
Yarp.
What'd you copy over? Tell me. Declare it so I can record check this if need be.
A level 12 spell.
That way I know
Oh,
if
now I
understood.
forgot. I did that a whole 10 minutes ago.
Oh, shit.
Muffin.
It was.
Oh, Sherry summons another piece of jerky.
It was a second and a third level spell. Tongues and it's Dead Spirit Lady. That's the
Gotcha.
ones.
And Infuria, going around in the local area, staying what? How close you staying to the campsite? Like quarter of a mile? Less than that, 10th?
Yeah. Yeah, like a quarter of a mile or closer, no further for sure.
Okay.
I
yeah.
did not do tongues. I did shatter. My bad.
Shatter and summon undead.
Yeah.
All right, duly noted. Are you doing any alchemical crafting?
Just the usual. I'm out of gems. Just shit in my bag to make more potions.
Just setting the slow cooker?
And doing a really bad job at making my map.
Yeah, cold sort of getting at your hands here. Did you have the one level of exhaustion? I guess you can't roll any lower than a 1. All right, give me. Now, are you just sort of patrolling, or are you keeping an eye out for anything? What are you doing? Do you sort of take this time to yourself and go through this area, Infuria?
I'm just kind of like looking to see if there's anything of note, like any, tracks or broken trees or, just anything of note. And also, like if there's any possibility that the storm is more localized anywhere nearby? Like if it's really heavy right over us, but significantly lighter a quarter mile away, then we might have problems. Um, just like anything that might be considered out of the ordinary,
Got you,
including
got
anything
you.
I might hear.
Okay. Give me survival check. Very nice.
Oh, I didn't see
And
your little thingy in the chat. Sorry.
you're good. And perception as well.
Oof.
Okay, perception check's really close, so I'll handle that first. So you're not super sure with this blizzard all around you. Like it just seems to be everywhere. After a certain distance, it's just white. It's just snow, wind, and the strange thing to you, though, it's not horrifically uncommon in real life. It is certainly a strange sort of sensation here on this mountain. You're relatively further south right now in Thylea, like in terms of the entire continent. And even to the furthest reaches up north, it is a hard-pressed thing to see such large and concentrated cold weather systems like this. It is unusual, not to mention the fact that it's early to mid-spring right now as well. It's a combination of factors that don't quite jive with your understanding of nature. You are young, but you've been around for about 80 years or so, and you have a definite connection to plants and the natural cycle of things, an understanding of this. This storm is very, very unnatural. By your understanding of it, it shouldn't be here. It should be cold, but looking around, trying to, get some sort of connection with some of the trees you pass, these trees are all sort of adapted to colder, more dry environments, right? Limited water, lots of stonework. Their roots are very sort of thick and what's the sort of probing, able to get deep into rock itself, not even just like loose topsoil. You're standing on lots of like slate and the like, and these trees have their own way to sort of worm between these gaps in the rock and survive. They aren't really meant for all of this snow and all of this like biting wind. You see as you sort of go around this area, some of them sort of bent and creaking a little bit more than really they're really meant for. They're very rigid and hard wood trees, as opposed to something much more like the trees you'd find on like some of the islands, like on Themis and along the beaches and stuff, which are subject to storms all the time and are much more able to bend and sway in the wind. You'd think perhaps if it weren't for maybe Mitros's divine edict or something, the storm would be cascading some of these trees down. The gusts of wind stressing them, you can hear cracks in them as maybe the ice or maybe even the bark bends and snaps on some of them. It shouldn't be here. But you cannot tell where it is centered. It seems to just be all around you, and looking further up the path at one point in your sort of circling around the camp, it just seems to go on and on and on. Unable to even now at this point see the peak of Telemach in the distance, it's just surrounded by white. Going around looking for tracks and the like, you find at this point very little. And you've noticed sort of as you've been walking through this area, you haven't seen lots of like prey animals. Like before you were seeing like, large deer and like antelope and stuff bounding around where it was much warmer. And then as you got up into this sort of taiga region where you started to feel the first biting bits of cold, you saw like jackrabbits and small birds and the like still. Now, you're getting into a much more barren section of land. These higher peaks of the mountain are, for the most part, as best you can tell, pretty empty. Or if there are prey animals, they are tucked away from the storm and trying their very best to stay warm. Looking for tracks, though. At the very end of your circuit, sort of based on where you guys are tucked away, you sort of take like this half moon sort of pattern, like a half oval or half circle, and as you come around towards the last 80% or so towards where you guys were coming up to where you ended up taking your camp, you do find one set of tracks, but it's weird. You don't see any tracks preceding them. You don't see any tracks following them. You just see almost like a landing. Like something has fallen from the sky in this one spot and then it's just gone. You see 1, 2, 3, 4 large, heavy paw prints. And then 1, 2 further back, paw prints again. Though you can tell, based on your understanding of these sort of animals, whatever this is definitely a predator. You can see claw imprints into the snow, but it has 6 legs. 2 to the front, 1 to the rear. 1 set, rather.
What? The owlbears definitely did not have 6 legs. Not even the crazy ice one. 6 legs. Does Inferior know of anything that has 6 legs?
Monsters.
Okay.
You encountered previously, in your recent memory, the thing you encountered that also had 6 legs, incidentally, was the basilisk.
Basilisk.
Another strange entity connected to Sidon. And then give me a decently, give me a history check.
So bad at history checks.
I know.
Don't you love it when your character has to make the checks you did not build them to make?
All right. 7 is not going to do it, but I'll throw you this
So
bone
close.
to see if you can put it together yourself, because you're a pretty smart cookie.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Geigens.
Oh! Okay. That changes things. They had...
But that is all you sort of get in summarize from this area. Obviously, looking at the prints in the snow, it's obviously not literally a Geigen, but that is my fly ball hint to you to sort of maybe get your brain thinking about what it is might be the through line. And give me a survival check.
Uh-huh. Survival.
Okay, yeah, you're able to sort of completing your route. You're able to find your way back to camp within 17 minutes.
Cool.
It's now about 8:15.
I found some odd tracks. Nix, you might know what they are, but it was some sort of 6-legged beast that looks like perhaps it might be able to fly.
6-legged.
And large, definitely a predator, had claws. It reminded me of the Geigens in a way. But, no, this was... Didn't look like it was humanoid at all.
But all the prints were on the ground.
Yes. And were they more like canine or feline? As far as like just general shape?
The impression you got, which we get 23. Yeah, you had the impression that they were feline.
More, more feline in shape. They had the more clover paw pads. But I can't think of anything off the top of my head. How big were they? Like inches diameter, inches wide?
Each paw print was about the size of your face.
Oh, good. Dinner plate size paws. Like those of, well, even larger than those of the great. Do we have lions and tigers in this world?
Mm-hmm. You have lions.
No tigers, though.
But we do have bears.
Yeah, right? Even larger than what might be expected of a lion. But, like I said, 6. 2 sets in the front and 1 in the rear. Oh! Isn't there? I don't know if they're in this world. Isn't there a type of cat of the shadows or something that has 2 sets of legs in the front? Maybe not in this world.
Still early. Everyone is still awake. You can perhaps consult with your allies.
Nope.
Wait, what's the question?
100% not a thing.
100% not a thing. Wow.
Lol. Yeah, you can give me a history or arcana check.
Yeah, I was not quiet about telling Nyx. I just kind of walked into camp and started having this conversation.
I got a 12. This is for like the cat question.
Yeah. I mean, there are like sort of it is uncommon for things connected to the Titans, especially the sort of monsters that they have challenged mortals with, in Lutheria's creations and the like, to be all that similar to normal humanoids and normal beasts. Most of them travel around on 4 legs. There is a propensity for them to have more limbs.
Wait, could you rephrase that? Like, that's normal of Titan twisted creatures?
Essentially.
If I had to guess, I think that could be what we are looking for. Did you see which direction they were going in?
The paw prints were what direction were the paw prints facing?
Further up the mountain.
It was facing up the mountain, but impossible to tell which way it was really traveling, as there was only one set of prints. It looked like it had
Landed and then
landed and taken off again, but with no normal disturbances. Were there any normal disturbances you might find, or was it literally just like somebody had stamped it in the snow?
It looked like somebody had stamped it in the snow.
There were none of the normal disturbances you might expect from a landing and a takeoff. No drag marks, no extra steps, just stamped into the snow. Almost like it had teleported.
Or jumped.
No, there would have been more disturbance, more
Exactly, there would have been some sort of trail off at the end of the paws.
some dragging. Snow is remarkably easy to disturb. What bothers me is how clear these tracks were despite the heavy snow. Whatever this is not far off.
Good thing we're in this bubble.
Yes.
We'll have to keep a closer eye tonight when we're on watch.
Yes.
There's no certainty if this could just be a monstrous creature that lives here upon the mountains, or if it's what we're hunting for.
Or something that is hunting us.
Whichever.
The other thing is how unnatural this storm is. It's definitely something from the elemental. Some sort of magic. It's the wrong season. Far south and too late into spring. I don't like this mountain.
I'm sorry you do not like the mountain, Inferior. Perhaps we can come back when the elemental is not changing the course of its nature.
I still don't think I'd like it.
I feel like the mountain would be insulted if you did like it. I mean, the point of it is to be terrified and terrible, you know?
Well, it wasn't
Like,
always
you'd be
this
insulting
way.
them.
Good.
Mountains have feelings there, Inferia. They pet the floor.
I mean, it's true. They
You said
really
you pet
do.
the floor.
Haven't you ever heard about the spirit of the mountain?
Yes, they're nymphs.
They're not
Yes,
the mountain themselves, they are nymphs. Inferior just kind of like does the medieval equivalent of facepalm.
That'd be facepalming.
And then walks outside to sit by Atreus. Assuming he's outside, is he inside the bubble keeping watch or outside the bubble?
If he's outside the bubble keeping watch, it'd be kind of at this
I
point,
feel like it'd be pretty cold.
it'd be difficult to sort of see him because he'd be covered in snow and probably frozen to a tree. So he's
That's
probably
valid.
at the
Yeah,
very edge
he's
of
just
it.
He's just covered in snow. He has his cup of coffee, number one warrior. He's just stuck in the snow.
Yeah, the coffee's just right at his face. He's just coated in snow.
That coffee mug number one warrior. Take a list.
Oh my god. Peter
Inferior
speaks and gets turned
asks,
into merch.
wait, does the food pot make drinks too?
It certainly makes broths.
Darn, she wants tea.
I would like some grape broth. Thank you.
Oh no, we're back to the milk conundrum. Is milk into cereal, is sauce, is soup? Anyways,
Milk is a beverage.
yeah, but if you pour it into cereal, does cereal become a soup?
No,
Cold
it becomes
soups
a
exist.
dry.
No,
It becomes a
cold soups
dry
exist!
food soaked in a beverage.
Is that not how you just get soup, though? You just put dry food in liquid to make it
Oh boy,
soft?
we're derailed the
Like-
entire conversation. Anyways, yes, Atreus is inside the bubble. Just
If you
listen
want
to
some
guys.
warm mead, I can heat some up.
I think that would be nice. A good honey mead.
So I'll do, I think I'm out of time.
Whipping out the old alchemy jug.
Yep. So I'll do 3 gallons of mead, and after 1 round or 6 seconds, I will do some honey in there.
Hey. Twice honeyed mead,
Jug
as I'm
of
fairly certain
Chromos.
mead is made with honey.
Yes, yes it is.
So you end up with like this sort of very warm and not refreshing, sort of satisfying, almost kind of like in a hot cocoa kind of way. This quite sweet double honeyed mead.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah, tastes delicious. Goes down smooth.
Hey.
Unless there is anything else in these final moments of you all having to burn some time before you can properly long rest.
Do you want to tell me what I read in my scrolls? Or
Yes. Sort of looking through the last stretch of the second scroll in this trilogy. It almost sort of ends. This journey has been kind of back and forth through the second one, and it ends on not a dour note as you would expect, based on perhaps the first half of it, but maybe on a hopeful one. It seems to convey the idea of now sort of a discussion on like the relationship between those that understand and practice magic and those that understand and have faith in the five gods. Their understanding of the upper planes and their interactions with each other. And he sort of closes out the last bit talking a lot about Mitros, talking about the goddess of the dawn and her ascension, her departure from Thylea, but the persistent connection that the faithful seem to have to her in spite of her absence. Almost as if her magic, this faith, seems to suffuse those that believe in her, that hold true to her ideals. And he wonders then, can people be like the gods? If people hold faith in each other, can they do greater things? Can they come together under faith and hope? And now he's left with a question on top of a question. If that is the case, if that can be done, what are the gods then? Who are the five? Where did they come from?
Gods, why can't you be here so we can talk about it, damn it?
Of course, it closes out. Well, you can certainly look forward to my third book. Be sure to buy it from your local Amazon Kindle store. No. For the low price of $17.99 drachmae.
It's actually a Borders exclusive. You have to go and seek out and find a Borders in order to purchase it.
There's only one in the realm.
Yep.
Okay. As you all break out into watches, I presume Sophia continuing her alchemy and the like, taking first watch.
Nyx is gonna take fourth because she just read a lot and now she's tired.
All right. I would assume, even though Peter's AFK, Atreus will take fourth as is tradition.
Fury will take whichever one we need people on.
All right. Leaving Theos and Mercury.
I'll do third.
I'll do first.
Okay.
So I'll do second.
Sounds like it. All right. So
We have two on first and two on fourth and one on
One on
second and one on
each.
third.
Yep.
Sounds good.
As Theos and Sophia, then Mercury, then Impheria, then Nyx and Atreus. A windy and frigid night made all the more comfortable by Sophia's bubble, taking a few moments, I believe, probably, to refresh the bubble as some hours have passed since you put it up in the first place. You don't want people to get caught out in the cold in the middle of the night after it expires. The night for all of you would pass relatively quietly and uneventfully. Nothing really seems to accost you all or sort of find itself slamming into the bubble. You do notice over time the snow sort of building up against the edges of the bubble, as it sort of is reformed and the storm continues to get heavier and heavier, you start to find yourself getting sort of a little cut off from the outside world as it seems to sort of build up on the outside, getting probably by the end of the night almost 1.5 feet of snow just outside of the bubble in the sort of wall and on the sides of it, thankfully sort of blocked by the mountain behind you a little bit. The night sky is basically dark, like pitch black. You have no real connection to the stars or the moon with the storm overhead, though after about midnight or so probably in the middle of third watch, you would see the clouds take on an eerie sort of color. This greenish blue, much like that pillar of light, seems to sort of shimmer through the clouds at this sort of late hour for about 3 hours or so. From about 12 to 3, you can see just this sort of soft shimmer up north, up above you, before it seems to sort of fade away. That same sort of discoloration around the Mithril Mountains now. Are there any conversations anyone wants to have during their watches?
I do.
Ooh, solo dolo
there's-
conversation? Who you talking to?
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking on the splits, on the shifts.
Oh, okay.
So I'll talk to Inferior off of second watch into third, and then I'll talk to Nick's 3 out of 4.
Okay. What do you want to talk about? Inferior walks over and wakes Mercury up. Quiet watch. Your turn now.
Good. It's real good to see you and Nick's patch things up.
Oh. She apologized. We aired some things, and we can't afford to be at odds going into this challenge. Things are, of course, not perfect, but getting there.
I mean, life ain't ever perfect.
True. True enough.
You know, it's been real cool seeing how much you've grown on this odyssey of ours.
It's been an adventure. That's for sure.
You
This
used to
is
be
the-
so secluded, quiet, kept to yourself. Look at you. Now you're confronting people that upset you.
Very funny. I did spend the 13 years prior to this entirely solitary. And before that, while I was with company, I was not part of the company. I think we've all grown.
I think so. Even Thamos. Just a little bit.
Yes. Even Thamos.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go knock all this snow off this bubble. You get some rest.
Be careful out there. Hopefully there's nothing lurking outside the bubble, but you can never be sure.
Well, I pretty quick at just taking a step inside.
This is true. Have a good watch.
Yep. So I just walk around the bubble, casting gusts, blowing all the snow off of it.
Imperia passes out.
You sort of create your own little magical snowblower and clear off some of the sides.
Just got the leaf blower out there.
Does it feel weird casting gusts without your wings?
It's different. Surprisingly enough, it just kind of seems to kind of come out like a shock it. What the fuck is a shock it? Of almost like a sonic boom, where it just kind of. So clear out the snow bubble, kind of pop back inside, look around. Time to come fourth watch. I'll go wake up Nyx.
Nyx is already starting to rise since she was early to bed. Notices that you are approaching her. Well, that's different.
What?
You feel better now.
I always feel good.
Eyes the empty space behind your shoulders. Alright, if you say so.
Well, time for your watch.
Of course, Nyx goes to make sure that Atreus is awake.
Hey, Nix,
What?
I forgive you. I'll just walk away.
Atreus, it's time for our watch.
Hmm? Okay. Yeah, Trace, get ready.
And it seems that amends have been made with both Mercury and Inferior. So the incident from a couple nights ago should no longer be a burden.
Trace gives you the thumbs up.
Well, admittedly, I had the conversation with Inferior, although I'm not entirely sure why Mercury seems to be over it. But we're all moving on. That's all that matters.
Indeed. Alright. You're relieved.
I was curious. You and the
Hmm.
Forge Keeper, you've become good friends now.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's sweet that you give her company. I emphasize with the notion of being alone for too long, so I can understand having somebody to talk to after being alone. It's really nice.
She just wanted a friend. That weren't just two burning dogs used to keep her in her place.
Oh, of course.
Good night, Nix. I'll see you in the morning.
We're on watch together, darling.
Oh, yeah? Oh. Thought you...
No. Well,
Well,
we're
okay
on
then.
watch.
Never mind me then.
Nyx just pats Atreus on the shoulder.
Still groggy, still waking up. Ugh.
And just continues with the watch.
More snow.
Oh yeah. Looks like some of it was cleared off though, that's good.
You find anything in the schools?
Oh, these aren't really for research. This is more indulgence. Written by my late lover. He's made quite a name for himself after we parted. And this one was a little more philosophical than his first. It goes on wondering about the gods and the titans and where they all fit into morality. And towards the end, he starts to wonder, I guess, something similar to what we were wondering the other night. What separates the gods from us? He's wondering if those who worship Mitros are still getting the magic from the goddess of the dawn. He's wondering if the same can be about people, if people can have faith in each other and push themselves to do great things. And, well, what does that make the gods? And what does it say about their origins? It's brilliant, really, considering that the gods appeared at the settlers' time of need. Almost out of nowhere. No one's entirely sure if they are their own entities or if they are an extension of the Titans in some way. But to suggest that maybe they are closer to mortals, that's a whole different discussion to have.
What makes a god a god?
Precisely. Do the gods need us more than we need them, or do we need them more than they need us? There's one more, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to start it. But perhaps considering the challenge ahead, I should begin reading it before we get there.
What is it?
So I pull out my third scroll for its title. I don't have the title. Well, it's the third part of morality and what does it all mean. This first one I got.
At the ceiling line of the scroll, and there is a subtitle.
Nix's eyes just kind of get bigger. This one's written differently.
Morality and what it all means. Colon. Apotheosis.
Morality and what it all means. Apotheosis.
What does that mean? Apotheosis.
Some use it to mean glorification or transcendence. Elevation. Enlightenment. Probably.
I can keep watch. You can read. I don't think... I think it will be quite obvious if anything comes out of the snow, so... I think I can cover for both of us.
Alright, if you're certain. Nix pulls out the third scroll and nods to Atreus. Thank you. And begins reading.
As you crack open this last scroll, do you read Celestial?
Fucking fuck! No.
You see all throughout.
Wait, Kira's awake. Kira should be awake. Wait, is it all in Celestial?
Looking at this last scroll, it is written entirely in Celestial.
What? Of the Great Mother.
You find some apotheosis.
I think he did.
Is that how that word is?
This isn't a language I understand. This is even his native language.
Maybe someone else wrote it.
Do I know that it's Celestial, or does it just look like pretty writing?
Your exposure to religious text is high enough that you can deduce based on the arrangement of the writing and the way the script looks for it to be Celestial, though you cannot read it.
It's Celestial. Language of the gods.
Well, at least we have the one that we know definitely is literate with us.
Yes. I wonder if she can read as fast as she runs. Kira?
It's not
You
morning
sleep.
yet, is it?
Oh, we
Exactly
require
sleep.
your assistance. Oh, I mean, Nyx requires your assistance.
Ah. Azarios. I've been reading his scrolls, but I wasn't aware that the final one was in Celestial. This is the original.
Yeah. Let me see.
He hands it over.
See her sort of looking at this. And you see just this slight frown develop on her face. Who wrote this?
His name was Azarios.
This is discussing the border of the Nether Sea. In the realm of Lutheria.
Why would he have such knowledge?
I do not know. And she just seems to sort of go through the scroll a bit more. You can see her eyes sort of moving back and forth, a soft sort of golden glow behind them. Further, further. That doesn't make any sense.
What doesn't make any sense? There's more nonsensical literature in there?
More theories. Always with these philosophers and their theories. This... You know, Azarios is postulating the idea that the Nether Sea serves as some sort of connection point, something outside of Thylea. He seems to be focused on trying to ascertain where we came from. Focus on the five gods, especially Mitros. She just seems to be reading faster and faster and faster, scrolling through more of this. Consulting with some of the other members of the Academy. A discussion on the theories of the planes, the connections between them. Not the elemental planes. Not the border ethereal, something else. No, somewhere else. He doesn't name them. The experiments fail.
Experiment.
They don't have the magic required. That is disconcerting. There's a name here I do not recognize. A place called Avalon.
Avalon?
Yes.
We've heard of that before. It came up in our studies about the elementals.
Yeah. Okay. Rosarios says that this place is lost. It cannot be reached.
There wasn't a lot known about it. Avalon was the name the Dragon Lords had called it. Or rather, Xander used to say that word.
Sort of closes her eyes for a moment. He did, didn't he? But now there's communication between this group, between Azarios and Mitros. Magic, some sort of divination trying to reach out to her, even though she's ascended. She's been silent for as long as I can remember. She told him the answers he seeks lie within the necropolis.
Did he go?
She scrolls through more. An expedition. He was too frail to go on the journey himself, but he spent everything he had to send heroes. One of the last journeys to the necropolis. They did not return. She scrolls through again. Ah. It's in common.
Well, I can probably read that part then.
She hands it to you.
She goes to read the last part of the scroll.
I hoped to find triumph, to find greatness and find answers, to achieve my own apotheosis. But in this quest I have failed. And I am left wondering if it was worth it. Spending these last years of my life chasing after answers at the expense of everything, letting it consume me. Only to end in failure. There are no answers to be had chasing after fairy tales. Myths are myths. Legends are legends. A mortal man has not the time nor the will to find these answers. I am out of time. I am out of time.
Oh, the Oath of Peace isn't ended yet, so I don't think we're so much out of time.
You see Atreus just sort of hovering over your shoulder, reading the last few lines.
Yes, exactly. Atreus muses that.
It's just a single tear.
He's out of time, we're not.
Yeah, single tear falls upon the parchment before Nyx furls the scroll. Let's use the time we have left wisely.
Yes. It's kind of hard to tell because of the thick cloud cover, but it slowly gets lighter. This dark black sky from which this endless white stream of snow falls slowly shifts to a very, very dark gray as the sun tries to pierce through the cloud cover, and After a bit of time, as it gets higher and higher in the sky, it eventually does. In small little bursts, little shafts of sunlight, as it is about 8:20 in the morning, as you all benefit from a long rest. I love that I was able to set up the Whistler recharge automatically.
Nice. Next is going to just take some time to meditate so I can rearrange her spells.
You go ahead and get prepared for the day. As yeah, you guys can go ahead and benefit from a long rest, and we're gonna take a short break really quick. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. So go ahead and get yourself some water, use the restroom, do what you gotta do, switch over spells, what have you.
Oh, my
We'll be
time.
right back after all of that. See you in a second.
Hi, buddy.
things are sitting tight as we are ready to go ahead and get started with the latter half of this week's episode of Heroes of Thylea, coming back into it right now. As it's 8:30 in the morning, after you guys have completed your long rest, able to shake off some of that exhaustion, hopefully, and get some of your hit die back, get your spells back, all that good stuff. And to set off further north, continuing
Everybody
up the
immediately roll me a
mountains.
Constitution saving throw.
Able to enjoy some breakfast, warm, hot, provided by Vulcan's cauldron. It is an unfortunate day ahead of you. Cresting over some of these mid-sized hills and coming hot off of dealing with that unnatural flight of owlbears, you find yourselves in this next day climbing once more. But now, with the full force of this storm swirling around Telemark and battering down on you, gusts of wind threatening to send you sliding down the snowy banks that you're climbing up, it's definitely a struggle. If not for the thick and warm layers of winter clothing and gear that Sophia acquired for you all, you think this would definitely be your stopping point. To go any further would drain your strength and start to blacken your limbs with frost and tissue damage, as you would be facing about 3d6 cold damage per hour at this point, something that would be impassable for anyone, well, beneath your status. Though, thankfully, the climb in its own way gets a little bit easier, less mountaineering, and more just struggling against the blizzard itself as it beats down on you, trying to push you back and shove you off the mountain, it seems, keep you from advancing. The wind constantly blowing in your face, draining your strength, making you gasp for air at points in time as you trowel your way through it. Oh wait, did I have lighting on in this map? No. Look at my cool set piece thing.
Oh no!
I see a corner.
I see nothing. Uh-oh. I'm reloading.
Look upon your mountainy, wintry struggle.
I can't, it's still loading. Just feel perfect there with my double mage armor on, so I'm doubly tough.
Did you really put double mage armor on?
That's what my token says. There, now get rid of one. Oh, you got rid of both!
Yeah, just resetting it. Just pushing on through the storm. You feel yourself just being physically drained and just constantly needing to sort of call on your own physical strength to just sort of push forward. Sophia, you've been utilizing fly magic for these last few stages to sort of get your way up and through this, but sort of just feeling just this burst and gust of wind through these blizzardy conditions. Separating yourself from the earth might be quite dangerous at this point. As what, if anything, do you all try to do to try to cut into some of just the physical toll that this is taking on you in terms of calling on your strength at this point, just to keep pushing forward each step one by one? The climbing gear providing a strong advantage, but not enough by itself.
I cast Kitty Lap.
Whole bunch of enhanceability.
Yeah, whenever we need it, I'll cast an enhance ability.
Okay, calling on some enhanced abilities from the both of you. You need at least, I would say, for the athletics component of this, for some of the weaker members of your group, you need at least...
What?
Yeah, at least 3 casts of it. Yeah, physically weaker. So you can split those 3 casts between the two of you however you want.
I'll cast it once.
And that, will cut into... You're gonna cast it all 3 times?
I'll cast it at least once.
Yeah, okay, I see,
Usually
like,
it's been like
multiple
Sophia will
concentrations.
cast it twice, yeah. Yeah, why did it give me so many?
I don't know. You can just delete them off yourself, though.
Okay, how to do this.
There we go. And then 2 casts from you, Sophia.
Yep.
That will cut into the DC for this extremely hard, granting all of you some advantage as well. Where is it? Athletics. But just the depth of the snow and the fact that you need to physically trudge through it, unable to simply fly over this almost like it's almost like trying to trudge through a swamp, but cold and soft, and you just sort of sink into it, having to wrench your leg through mud, but just seeping into you and draining your strength. But a lot easier now, thanks to a host of magic. As I'm gonna send 2 of these, and then you guys just can roll twice because you all have advantage.
Cool.
I win!
I'll hold off on the second one in case anyone fails.
Nick, that's you. You're Theamos.
I don't see any actors on there.
Oh, you don't
No,
see
in the
that
chat log?
athletics check?
Yeah, I see like the athletic check, DC 12. I don't see any characters listed on there.
Ooh.
Oh, weird.
Roll a d20.
Yeah, you can just roll
Roll
a
an
d20,
athletics
roll a
check.
flex on it. Hey, 15.
You win!
Alright, yeah, so no need for a second one. 24,
You
jeez.
super
All right, yeah,
win!
you power through. Yeah, with the highest athletics check. If you want, how do you just muscle your way through this storm, just trying to blow you down, trying to knock you on your ass, just powering through all the snow underneath you?
Zamos is just horny 90% of the time, so just the heat of his body just melts the snow all away.
It's true. It does.
He's almost steamy.
Oh, he's so
Yes. Towards the latter half of the day, boom, 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 boom. The climb, strangely, almost seems to sort of get easier now. The sort of height slowly tapering off in terms of how high you need to go, and just seems to be just a matter of endurance at this point. Just pushing through it and just feeling the cold starting to sap away your strength through the latter half of the day. But you will need some time to rest first, as Furia and Nyx need you all to guide our party towards safety, places where they can recoup and eat and warm up throughout this travel.
Do I still have advantage because I'm on my favorite terrain?
Yeah, you can just roll and then I'll throw another one if you fail. Yeah.
I got a
Super
20.
win!
Natural 20.
We get there in 6 seconds. 1 round. To the necropolis. Done.
Yeah, fighting almost no challenge, strangely enough. This snow cutting off your vision, but just relying on your own training and instincts, your lessons from someone who's quite experienced in the mountains. Nyx passing on her teachings to you. You're able to sort of follow maybe small undergrowth and the like, looking for just figments of moss or anything at all that you can find, just the natural shape of the earth itself that you're stepping on to find safety and places where the snow isn't just battering down on you, to sort of be able to catch your breath and eat and drink water, relieve yourselves, all of that, just to be able to push forward. As that will allow you to gain some advantage on the most difficult check of them all. This...
Oh, they're not dying check.
Basically. As you need to just endure this day of marching through this blizzard. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's someone on here that shouldn't be. There's 2 Mercuries. There we go.
Woo!
Yeah, settle grant. Actually, I wonder if I can add you guys twice. No. As I need you all to give me some endurance checks. I'm trying to, just because you're hidden.
Fuck.
I win.
What did you roll, Atreus? Did you like, your roll went into the ether?
Yeah, my roll did go into the ether.
Okay.
Now I have to go
Plus,
pull up my character sheet.
with your proficiency bonus, you'll easily make that Theamos. Able to just sort of withstand this, the winter clothing, plus your own natural strength. Mercury managing to hang on. Nyx just barely failing.
Oh, darn.
And Atreus
I guess I'll
just,
use an inspiration point.
hey! Brendan,
Alright,
you're-
come on, Lady Luck. Alright, well, 10.
just truly uncomfortable and strength sapping as you find
It's
yourselves,
okay, it's all mental.
those of you that fail find yourselves just getting drained, marching through this hour after hour as your physical strength goes down, and it is just exhausting step after step. As if you succeeded, you lose 3 hit dice. If you failed, you set your hit dice to 1, and you gain 2 levels of exhaustion.
We're all playing so hard right now, you guys.
Brennan is really feeling that right now.
Moog.
My poor hit die.
So this could give you disadvantage on ability checks, and towards the latter half of the day as that second level of exhaustion comes in, your speed is halved, just getting wiped out from having to put in the work that you're putting in. Yes. Now at around 4 in the afternoon, just as that sort of comes home for a lot of you, just feeling that cold on the edge of your skin, the storm's thick overcast almost seems to be growing and growing by as time passes. That sort of dark gray overcast that you had at the beginning of the day just starts to solidify again back into that black, blocking off more sunlight, as it just seems like the mountain itself is just shrouded in dim light now. And some of you almost, it almost starts to feel like as the sun gets cut off away from you, maybe even like hope itself does as well. This place is encroaching. The mountains start growing closer and closer together again as you move up this thin sort of valley, this rocky and desolate path. And now, looking ahead of yourself, sandwiched between what look like just unpassable mountainous rises, is a small, thin valley. Trees seem to sort of dot this terrain, and you cannot see far in front of you now. The storm building overhead and just dropping more and more snow in front of you. You can see maybe 20, 30 feet in front of you. Trees just starting to almost pop into existence in front of you as you take each sort of plodding step. And there is a strange, definitely warm fog that fills the air, a sharp contrast to the cold of the blizzard that's been raging overhead. And as you press forward, a strange sort of noise enters your ears. With each snowy step,
Any y'all hear that?
Hear what?
Like a weird noise?
I just hear the wind.
The wind is really loud, Mercury. Can you be more specific about that?
Kind of sounds like a whale.
I suppose you could describe the wind in that way.
Oh, I love how I guess Sean is the only one that actually gets to hear it. Lol.
Damn.
Bless you.
It's this strange sort of creaking and twinging sound. It almost seems to like reverberate around you, almost bouncing off of the mountains and almost reverberating out of the ground. It almost sounds magical, like someone's plucking a string and it just seems to sort of cascade off of you in this strange sort of twing sort of sound. It's something I don't think any of you have really ever heard before, and with each step, it just seems to sort of follow you as you move through this thin little valley. It almost sounds magical, ethereal, even. And then Nyx and Inferior. You're the first to realize it, getting a glimpse with your high perception underneath the snowdrifts that you're walking on, past the warm mist. Ice. Lots and lots of ice all around you, behind you, and in front of you. So I'll bring you over. I think you might be muted, Nikki.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I accidentally hit the button.
Silly
It's okay.
buttons. Tricks are for kids.
I was saying that it sounds like those like thin ice skaters.
It kind of sounds like. Kind of sounds like when a dolphin farts underwater.
Wow.
That
Could
Wow.
you be more abstract?
well, it's like this bow.
Did the map load for anybody? I'm just checking in.
I
Yes.
loaded. I see
Give me
Sophia and Atreus.
a
It
second.
loaded for a little bit and then it went away.
So that snow. Oh, that fog.
Give me 1 second. It looks like you guys' character art didn't load.
Should I reload?
That's what I did.
All right, reloading.
Ooh, fancy. Wait, do I need to reload in?
No, not if
I'm
you
still looking at.
if you loaded in, you should be fine.
I'm still looking at just gray. Just gray.
Try clicking on like the world map and back. That did it for me early on in the game.
Even the world map is not loading.
Bom, bom, bom.
Game machine broke.
It would seem that our virtual tabletop did not benefit from a short rest.
That's because it's got 2 levels of exhaustion.
What even happens with 2 levels of exhaustion, y'all?
Your speed is halved, and you still
No.
roll skill ability checks with disadvantage.
Yikes.
Oh no! What? Kicked me out. Game is offline.
Yeah, give me a second.
Speed is halved.
Yep. You
And
slow.
wait, so speed is halved and skill checks with disadvantage?
Yep.
What about like attacks?
Yeah, I think that's 3 levels of exhaustion.
Okay, good.
Unless you're a nymph.
Denied.
I would like to report that joke to the joke police because of how bad it is.
Yes,
You
officer,
can't.
he's right there.
What you see out there, buddy? Clyde is very much an outdoor cat. Lannister is very much not an outdoor cat.
I've only ever had outdoor cats.
Yeah, I took
I know.
Lannister for a walk. He's like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
I want to get like a little tent for Luna so she can sit outside on the back porch with me.
There you go.
I don't live in a city, so my cat just gets to like be outside.
Well, like I live in like a very rural farmlandy area, but I'm not unleashing my cat onto this poor ecosystem.
Yeah. See, I
That
didn't
wasn't
really.
meant to sound like judgy. Like I'm not judging you. Like I get it. Like some people's
No.
cats are just outdoor cats. It's just that if I let Luna out, no.
Yeah, we didn't really think of that. Cinder likes to play with her food. There was definitely one time when I caught her playing with a chipmunk for like 2 hours.
Oh god.
That's cute. I'm gonna get this for the boys out on my deck.
The dogs interrupted her though, so the chipmunk did get away. I don't know for how long, but it did.
Yeah, John, I was thinking of something similar but like smaller.
Yeah,
Same idea.
Let's see. This one's smaller. Plenty of room though.
I was also just kind of thinking instead of that, just buying like
Yeah,
a
I've got another
chinchilla
one of those
cage,
too.
like a rodent or a big like standing bird cage, because it'll get the job done.
Yeah, I mean you could go. I think this is the one I'm gonna get them for at the lake. Because it's not as permanent. And it's more of a tent.
Yeah, that I think actually that's probably exactly what I'm gonna get, Luna. Just a regular fucking tent.
Yeah, you kind of need something because, like, I don't know where you're at, but there's a lot of fucking owls and eagles here, and they snatch up pets.
I only had one bird even think about snatching a cat, and that was when I was little, and my sisters and I were only like 5, and it was like a vulture thought about snatching up one of the cats, and we chased it off. But other than that, we've had no problems with birds, even though we have lots of big birds of prey. Mountain lions is the one that we get worried about with the dogs,
Yeah.
but they don't tend to bother the dogs as much. And we know when they're around because the dogs will get real quiet and the horses will get nervous. No. Then again, my cat routinely brings back rabbits larger than she is, so I think she's pretty tough. that is her prey of choice at the moment.
One of our neighbors feeds a stray cat around here, and when I go to get the mail in the morning, I see the cat trotting over to the neighbor's doorstep where they left out food, and they have like a not a crate, but like a cat carrier with the door off and a heated pad inside.
That's adorable.
The cat lives a good life.
It does.
All right, if you're trying to connect to the game, just close that window out for a second so I can fix that.
Can we put up the BRB screen on the stream?
Yeah, sure, whatever. All right, it seems like everything has shaken itself out, and we've managed to get everything stable again and ready to proceed. So to quickly sort of recap, um, you've been pushing on through the day and just feeling your strength sapped away by this blizzard. all throughout it. And now at around 4 in the afternoon, the storm seemed to have thickened overhead, turning this sort of dark gray almost back to a nighttime black. Only a little bit of sunlight getting through onto this thin valley you find yourselves in. Everything seems to be sort of shrouded in some dim light. Ahead, you've ended up sort of sandwiched between two mountain rises on either side of you, with this thin sort of valley with trees dotting the terrain, though you cannot see very far in front of you. And there is this strange, almost warm fog that seems to fill the air, a sharp contrast to the cold of the blizzard that you've been dealing with all day. And as you've been stepping and pushing forward, you can hear this strange sort of twinge and creak reverberate through the ground, something that sounded almost ethereal. And Nyx and Inferior were the first to realize now, after about 10 minutes or so, you've been walking on what seems like snow-covered ice. Ice all around you and in front of you. As I'll bring you back on in.
Is the waterfall actually flowing or is it frozen?
Yeah, looking up to the north, you see this waterfall carrying in water off of the side of this mountain. It seems to be probably 80, 90 feet, you estimate, up. Hard to tell as the cloud layer seems to be sitting pretty low to you, but it is flowing, and it seems to be flowing in like this almost like slush like fashion. This super chilled water that as it moves seems to almost turn to ice as it cascades into the water beneath you.
We'll have to be very careful where we step. The ground could quite literally
Why?
give way.
Yes. And it would mean the death of us if we were to be trapped beneath the ice.
I mean, definitely
What?
thick.
Atreus looks on. Oh my god, how long have we been walking on ice? I can't even notice.
For a while now, it would seem.
The snow does a good job kind of covering it up, but
Atreus like tentatively test his weight on the ice. Does it seem pretty thick?
It does. It seems noticeably thick. You sort of like you've been walking on it. Now it seems like for at least 10 minutes, and you didn't even really notice until the snow sort of gave way.
Which begs the question, why is this the part of the ice that isn't covered in snow?
Well, could be that bit of a wind protection here with the waterfall and whatnot, and kind of that weird warm fog.
The ice is probably warmer than the snow. I mean,
Well, I doubt that, because otherwise it'd probably melt. I suspect it's pretty deep here. Don't
Hey,
really
God.
see too much of an outlet.
how common would I reasonably think hot springs are in mountains?
In mountains is kind of like a loaded question. You encountered one where the oracle's chilling. She basically lived in a collection of sort of geysers and steam vents and the like, but that was underground.
It would kind of explain this weird behavior, though. Maybe.
Is the warm fog just like everywhere, or if like is it directional somehow?
Kind of hard to tell from where you're at, but you can give me a relatively difficult perception check just to see what it is you can perceive.
I'll do the same.
Would that be a disadvantage?
Yes. The exhaustion weighing on you, tiring your eyes. 13 and 16 respectively. Looking ahead, I mean, this warm mist just seems to sort of fill this whole section of the valley. From where you are, from what you can tell, there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. You definitely don't see, a literal geyser like you did back at the oracles. There's no like section somewhere and it's poof, a big burst of steam or something like that. You don't see that anywhere.
I think I agree that the warm fog could be the reason why the ice is more exposed here. Though its source, I'm not entirely certain of.
Yes.
Regardless, we've got to get to the other side. So,
This is
unless
true.
we intend to walk, any ideas?
Well, we can walk. We should stick to the edges, and someone with a spear should go first and, well, tap the ice, I guess, before they step on it. We should be cautious and only walk exactly in each other's footsteps.
Don't look at me, mine's coated in fire.
I can do it.
Yes. That would...
Just go straight forward.
Go towards the edge. Work your way towards the edge. And, well, tap in front of you.
I'll go towards the bottom edge, away from the waterfall. Maybe.
Yeah, I think that would be wise. Does anyone else know any more about ice?
I mean, I grew up on an island. We don't really have ice.
It's a relatively uncommon thing in this realm.
Yay! We get to just logic our way through this. Yes, Thamos, we should stick to the edges as much as we can. Wow.
Is there any more fly or levitation magic that you both have? Just looking at or I guess just looking at Sophia.
It's needed.
Maybe not right next to the wall, maybe a foot or two in.
Yeah, as you move towards the wall, Thylea, you're sort of experimenting with the spear and poking out, and you just hear this sort of... You can see as you hear this sort of crack, it seems to sort of just ever so slightly spider out towards the wall itself.
How do I unselect you fuckers?
So, no closer to the wall than that.
As you step out there, you can hear just that sort of twinge again, but poking out, no cracks or anything like that. It seems like as you kind of take a step, you can feel the ice underneath your foot feel thicker.
So yeah, I'll just keep like 10, 20 feet away from the wall. Just keep going here, I guess.
Moving there, testing. You can see more spider cracks almost kind of coming out from the wall towards you.
Okay, so the wall was not my best idea.
Move even further away from the wall.
Once again, as you sort of step here, you almost kind of slip for a second. As give me a dexterity saving throw. Thylea steps out almost, it seems like, by himself, everyone else staying near the edge.
Well, the game is paused, I can't move.
Yeah, game's paused, can't follow him.
I paused because he slipped. As in that one,
Oh no.
you find yourself collapsing prone, all of your weight sort of cracking into the ice. And you're expecting the cold plunge. You're expecting all of that rushing water. And you don't get it. It's like you just fell onto a stone wall.
Oh.
Stand back up.
It seems like the ice gets thicker and thicker towards the center, almost in an inverse to what you would expect.
Okay. So we'll follow Famous out to the center.
Famous, are you alright?
So
I think so. I run to the center and I take like 4 jumps.
Yeah, Theamos jumping across. Each time you land, you're almost like bracing yourself for that crack, for that moment where you plunge through the ice, and you don't find it. And you just hear this loud twinge every time you land. As you jump across the ice, each time landing solidly. On the last one, give me another dexterity saving throw. Trying to catch yourself, you just barely, using your spear as a bit of leverage, are able to keep yourself from falling on that last jump. As you land on a particularly slick patch of this ice, this strange sort of warm fog, each time you sort of land, you notice now just seems to sort of up a little bit from around you. The fog seems to get a little bit thicker as you land each time.
Themos, would you stop that?
But why? It's fine. See? I jump again.
No, even if it's not cracking right under you, you could be weakening it around the edges. We still have to get off this ice.
Waking something up.
Try to look inside. Do I see anything down there?
Taking a look inside, sort of, you have to move a bit of snow out of the way and sort of look down into the ice. It's cloudy but clear at the same time. As Sophie, you hanging back there?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah, you sort of circle around the edges, you hear a bit more cracks and the like. Watching Kira, she sort of walks up to the edge of the wall. There's just nothing underneath her footsteps. It's just light, almost as if she's barely even touching the ice. As Theamos, looking down, give me a perception check.
Oh.
Having to sort of move some of the more snow out of the way, you just see ice. It just seems kind of dark blue. Not really able to make out much.
Well, I've got a bit of an idea. If there is something we need to be worried about, is Nyx is going to cast a bit of magic and have a pool of stars stretch out from her feet. Don't make that saving throw, Atreus. I don't know why it auto-targeted you, my bad.
classic.
Got him.
Usually this slows many enemies down. Perhaps if there is something to worry about, stay close and it can be slowed down whether it's coming from within our view or from below us.
I love how the auto-targeting has an unknown hostile creature in it.
It's me.
What on a hostile creature? I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you be
My
like that
character sheet.
sometimes?
When I look at Nick, sometimes it calls her an unknown hostile creature.
Oh, that's so funny. I love it. Well, maybe we
get
off the ice.
Yeah, so staying closer to the center, I'll just keep trying to move to this patch of snow because I don't really know what's down here.
Yeah, it seems like just past the trees where the path actually continues. Yeah, over that way, from where you were sitting before.
Hi, Lannister.
You sort of move there, Theamos, crossing across the ice. Behind you, you all can see something underneath the ice. Jets of steam breaking through it. As he seems to sort of cross across the ice. And you notice behind him and up to the north and to the west and to the south, a strange sort of glow. Orange light that seems to shimmer and snake its way underneath the surface.
I activate my shield, my animated shield.
I'll equip my shield real quick.
You can see these orange lights just sort of moving around underneath the ice as they seem to almost be encircling a lot of you. What do you do?
I take the hide action.
Can I dash for the shore?
Sure.
Like there?
I'm gonna run.
You know what? Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to use my half speed and try to dash to the shore.
That's as far as I make it.
So stealthy with an @1 on the opposite side of where you need to go.
Poor Sophia.
Oof.
I'm not worried about Sophia. Sophia usually gets herself out of a pinch.
This is true. Can I dash again?
No, Nyx, you're dashing in the same direction?
Yes, keep me in your spirit guardian. I'm aiming for here.
Yeah, I'll dash in the same
That's
direction.
just a large rock coming out of the ice.
Oh, there's not any way to like get on top of it?
No. Not without like having to climb up it. It seems to be about 30, 40
Jump
feet
50
up.
feet. Jump 50 feet in the air.
Then I guess I'm dashing for this tree instead.
Yeah, I'm following with Impheria so that she can stay in the vicinity of my spiritual guardians. I think our speed is matched.
I have like 5 feet more than you, but when it's halved and then dashing, it's essentially the same.
And then Atreus, you going in the same direction?
Yeah. His place is probably next.
You have your full speed, right?
Me? No. I failed, didn't I?
Okay.
Yeah, you got a nat 1 and then re-rolled and still failed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the struggle
Yeah,
squad.
I have disadvantage on perception. I have -5 to my passive perception. Oh, I didn't notice that we were standing on ice. When do we stand on ice? I don't notice the sound. All I hear is wind. What are you guys talking about?
And what about you, Mercury?
Oh, I dash.
Towards the tree?
Right there.
To where you currently are?
I don't know. It says the game's paused, so it wasn't letting me run to over here.
Ah, okay. And Sophia, you're just tucking in on the other side of this icy wall?
Yep. Watching about what's gonna happen then.
Alright. As you sprint across the ice, more of these twinges of sound seeming to reverberate through it. More and more steam sort of coming out of these sort of cracks that seem to be kind of growing apparent now on some of the edges as the fog seems to thicken up more and more. And as you all reach this point, you can see the ice itself starts to shift from blue to this dull and then brighter and brighter orange. And you can feel as you're running across it, the heat of this ice all of a sudden. It just starts to get warmer and more steam as you're trying to find yourselves hopefully running in the right direction. And the orange underneath the ice surges in one big burst, and you can just feel the ground underneath you quake and buckle and explode. As I need everyone, except for Sophia, to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Da, 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 da. Oh, I thought for sure you were gonna do your thingamabobber.
Are the saves at disadvantage too for exhaustion?
No.
No.
No, that's at level 3.
Okay, cool. Dexterity saving throw. Dexterity saving throw. Saving. Oh, do I have the right person selected right now? No, I have both of them
Ah,
selected.
okay, I can take it. I'm a big boy.
Oh, poor
Saves.
Atreus.
As
I'm a
all
big boy. I have like
throughout
16
this
con.
strange semi-frozen lake that like seems to almost be maybe frozen over, you can see just a spider network of cracks explode out, steam bursting from all of them as this entire lake just fractures and explodes. As I need everyone to give me a D8 roll, going with 1 being straight north.
D8, baby.
All right, so
4 club.
okay, so 1,
5.
2, 3, 4, 5. How'd you roll 2d8? Okay.
Oh, I was trying to do one for Deimos and one for Eos.
Okay, so you're gonna take the 1 or you're gonna take the 8 then?
Deimos would take the one.
Okay, so you're gonna go north. All right, so working clockwise, right around you, to determine the direction, you go flying 30 feet in the direction you rolled.
You said clockwise?
Yeah, so 1, if you rolled a 1, that is like 12, and then each place after that, so you can extrapolate from there. So like Mercury got a 4, so he would go 1, 2, 3, 4. He would go diagonal to the right, down 30 feet. So like you actually go right to where Theos is currently standing. And
What a
Theos getting a
cat.
1
Paused.
would go 30 feet there. Eos getting an 8 would go 30 feet to where Mercury is. And you should be able to move yourselves now as the ice explodes out.
Uh-oh, it paused again.
Keep going. And Trace, what'd you roll?
Let's go quicker.
5.
5.
So you would go
That
south.
would be like
Hey, you
Yeah,
go
south.
down.
southeast. Not like that.
Oh. Ibis is 10 feet in the air. Does anything happen to him?
Oh, he dies instantly.
He is caught in the explosion 10 feet up, so I need a dexterity saving throw for him as well, and a random direction for him as well. 5 will not do it. DC was 16. Did anyone make it? Looks like Nyx made it.
Yes.
Oh, if it's 16, Eos would have made it because he was right next to me, so I got +3 to his 13.
Okay, so the dexterity
What?
saving throw is to determine if you are prone. So if you failed the DC 16 dex save, you are prone.
Which direction does an 8 take him?
Northwest.
Yeah.
So
Towards Nyx.
towards Nyx. Just one moment. Oh no. Eh. Let's see if I can do this right. As with this burst of steam and ice and water all around you, the entire lake seems to just shift.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Into these massive chunks of ice, as surging up out of them are these horrific and strange looking creatures with a mass of glowing orange scales or crystals. You're not sure. You're trying to catch your breath as it looks like some of you may have landed in the water. As all of you take 16 bludgeoning damage as you are thrown across the map, and in a horrific cacophony of screeches and scrabbling legs, these monstrous creatures make themselves known from the ice, either swimming or scrabbling onto ice after you in just this series of chirps and just strange noises. These monstrous looking bugs, you're not sure, as boop.
That's not a turtle.
These horrifying insectoid-like creatures surge up out of the ice and look towards you with a great deal of hunger, as I am going to need everyone to add themselves to the combat tracker.
I know what these are. Aw, that's so cool.
Yeah,
I
he's one of my
recognize these things.
favorites.
Yeah, I know.
Not quite as cool as the other big old snaky boys.
As all
You're hot,
around
but
you,
you're cold. You're yes, but you're no. Anyways.
How do I roll again?
you can feel underneath you the... What, did Ivis die from the 16 bludgeoning damage?
Nikki, you're muted, but I assume that was a yes. No, that's a no.
I was not supposed to be dead. Ivis has 37 hit points.
Oh no, he's dead!
Why is
It
he
won't
so
let me-
small?
Should have 21. Do I am on?
All over the place.
Here, since he's done on your initiative, just drag out a new Ivis in that
Okay.
same square. It should reset him.
Why do I have a weird glowy 6 on me?
Why does Nyx have so much blood in her hair? Who cut my jugular?
Might have been this square. Oh. Okay,
There you go.
good. We good.
Mercury, you made the save?
Which save? Deck
The
save?
deck save, yeah.
No.
Okay, so you're prone.
Am I on ice or in the water?
Yeah, so you're sort of you managed to land on just the sort of the edge of this now ice flow, and you can feel it as you're sort of sitting on it. The ice flow starting to tilt, as if you end your turn within 5 feet of open water while standing or being on an ice flow, it will potentially tilt you into the water itself.
Uh-oh.
As
Am I like holding on to the edge of my ice slab?
yes. Same situation. If you stay there at the end of your turn, you could end up in the water. If you were not like flying or something. Yes. As all these creatures surge up out of the water. Theamos, you land prone with a hard smack and feel a bit of that bludgeoning damage kind of reverberate through you. And looking right to your right, you can see just this monstrous insectoid-looking creature, a wave of cold coming off of its front, and you can see just this great surge of heat coming off of its back as it twists its strange centipede-like body towards you, hissing at the air, and you can see just a maw of like hot fog come out of it. As what do you do?
I will stand back up. That's not the button I meant to put. And pulling out my spear, which I already had, and I will run up to him, and actually as my bonus action, I will cast Shield of Faith on myself. And then now I will run at him and stab him 2 times.
All right, just roll one attack roll first. You come up to him, sort of this thing sort of looking down at you as you run up. You can feel just this cold building more and more as you get closer. Reach out, whoosh, stab in true, and that connects with a 14, just barely getting through the strange sort of icy carapace. And as you wrench the spear out, you can just feel this burst of heat come out with it as stabbing into it for 9 piercing damage lands home, and you just get scalded by a strange burst of steam and take 12 fire damage.
Yikes. Ow. These things are ouchy.
Nothing I can do. I must out him again.
Ooh. As an 18 solidly connects for 18 damage, twisting in as that hurts quite a bit. And once again, a burst of steam for 6 fire damage.
As I assume feeling the weight of the ice kind of shift a bit, I will
Now you can feel it.
just move back to like here.
You slither away from it. It's gonna lash out at you, trying to grab a hold of you with its strange insectoid mouth. Chomping on air. As Inferior, where you at? You can feel where you are right now on this sort of outer bound of this broken across ice. You can feel and hear underneath you cracks spreading underneath you and towards the edge. I don't know if you can see my ruler, but basically spreading out slowly to the east. Because it seems like this section of the ice is currently together, but it is quickly breaking apart.
How tall is this rock? Is it as tall as this rock?
No, it is not. This rock seems to be about 5 feet. You could easily just hop on top of it. The one next to it seems to be about 15 feet from where you are currently.
Cool. Okay. When your movement is halved, and it takes half your movement to stand up, can you move when you stand up, or are you just stuck there?
We have
Yes.
half.
Yeah, so half of half. So you'd take 7 feet of your movement, or 7.5 feet
You
to
can
stand
move
up.
1 square.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will stand up and move. And move 1 square. Oh, that's the ruler. This way. And then, using my bonus action, I will make the dubiously intelligent decision to battle cry. And then launch my chakra at this duder. 1, 2, 3.
Phew, phew, phew. As 14, 20, 17, all 3 of those connect. Your chakrams tearing through this strange insectoid creature. As this thing skitters across the ice, looking at you now, away from Mercury.
Okay. Ibis will get up and fly up 35 feet. Straight up. Shoot. And then he will rain pinions on this same duder.
All right.
Ha! Ha!
critically hitting as this thing sort of turns its attention towards you, Inferior. The pinions slam right into the side of the back of its neck, this whole long body, as it just seems to wriggle in pain, screeching out purple, this strange sort of purple hot blood splattering onto the ice as it takes a hearty amount of damage.
Ibis is like, you don't mess with my mama. Okay. And that will be Ibis and Inferia's turn.
All right, Nyx, did you lose concentration on Spirit Guardians?
I believe so. I rolled a 5 and I took 16 bludgeoning.
Indeed. As this strange creature seems to almost sort of half swim and half crawl onto the ice, as it is going to move here. And seeing you on the very edge, it just seems to sort of rear itself back and then, like in a quick snake-like motion, just sort of swim and smack itself into the ice itself, using its action to throw you into the water, as I need a DC 16 dexterity saving throw with disadvantage.
Uh-oh.
10?
As you find yourself smack into the water, and immediately that cold surges into your body, and you can feel your limbs start to lock up, as swimming through this water is like being stuck in plant growth. It is quad difficult terrain, very hard for you to move. As this thing is going to swim underneath the ice flow, and you can see just underneath you, Nyx, this orange glow, as this thing seems to be bringing itself around to maybe try to swallow you up from underneath. As that is all it can do. It is partially underwater, but is visible thanks to the orange glow along its back.
I'm not under the water, though.
No,
right?
you're on the surface at the moment. And it's just below the surface. As Mercury.
Let's see, I'll get up. And I will move here. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe.
Go ahead.
Maybe not. Maybe. There we go. Finally can move. As... Just double check. I think I didn't get that far. Yep. As... will at 3rd level. With utilizing my distance spell. Cast Bless. And get everybody. Theamos, myself, Nyx, Inferior, and Atreus. Get some bless.
Hey, you can click on the little cat head and give yourselves the bless icon.
Bless. Here's my bless. 3rd level. Go. That's what sorcerer point. As I will also. Nah, that'll be my turn.
All right.
I need to hit enter. There we go.
As Sophia, you can see mist and fog surging all around this place, but you're able to see these large, strange creatures from the relative safety of your side over there, but you do see the large, strange creature up to the north, sort of looking towards Atreus, and you can see just this strange, almost like twitch, almost on instinct, looking in your direction.
How high up are these mountains over here on the south?
The southern side mountains, those are a very high climb.
How high?
Normally impassable, but probably north of 120 feet. At the shallowest. They just seem to go up and up the further off the map they would go.
Okay. How stable does this tree look?
The one right to your right?
Yeah.
It's interesting. It looks relatively stable, but it also looks like it's wedged into this ice all around it that seems to be in various states of both cracking and then like refreezing. This whole area abnormal. It does not seem like it's rooted into actual earth, though.
Sophia is just going to, in her exhaustion, withdraw a bit. Throw 15 feet of movement. Oh, yeah. And she pulls out a small skull from underneath her cloak, holds it out in front of her. Strange magic coalesce inside of it. And then, yeah, back behind this tree. Probably a lot of people can't see, but the magic starts to coalesce into form. This time less ghostly and more actually robed. Strange, almost figure of humanity, although no skin, only bones. As she summons up a little bony boy behind the tree.
Hey, skeleton Sophia.
Assist them. Don't draw attention to yourself, though. Wait for them to engage.
Oh.
Can I put him over here and then change him? Oh, he's already changed. Cool beans. As I
Indeed.
use my bonus action. No, I don't need a bonus action. I just give him the verbal instructions to hold his shots until this thing engages with Atreus that it seems to be bearing down on. As that's me.
As Nyx trying to tread water, what do you do?
I am to climb up here. What is that going to be? Like half my movement to climb up onto the ice.
Give me a second.
I mean, I don't think there's a way you can even move from your spot. Because I think you're still prone.
I'm not. Am I prone? Was I prone in the water?
Can't you be prone in water?
Technically, yes.
Ignore this, I'm just testing
So I
this.
think you'd be prone. And every 5 feet is doubled.
That did not work. Oh, wait. Yeah, it did. Okay.
Okay, yeah, there it is. I knew I knew I wrote out all the bits I would need for this encounter. Climbing onto an ice floe can be done as an item interaction, but then it requires an athletics check for you to do that. Or you can use your whole action and get on top with no check required.
You said I can climb up as an item interaction and make what kind of roll?
DC 16 athletics check.
You have disadvantage on those.
And I would have disadvantage.
Bless gives you nothing on those.
You know what, you're right. Nyx is exhausted. She sees this thing swirling underneath her. And then all she can think is that she needs to get out of its way. So, with a little bit of magic, she's going to cast Levitate on herself.
Hey!
Go up.
Nice.
Clever
Good shit.
girl.
And I think I'm going to rise. God, if I go, I'm just going to be stuck up there. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to go up the 20 feet.
All right. You can set your height to 20 feet as you surge out of the water up into the air.
God, see, it's even colder now that I'm out of it. Alright. And, that's gonna be it for me, because I can't move unless I use laws of physics.
Yay, physics!
Laws of motion, rather.
You will have
I'm
time to
just
think
here
about
now.
it.
Yeah, I do, but now I at least have a view of the whole field.
Indeed, as, let's see. This boyo is going to use his action to swim. Swimming underneath the ice and bursting out and on top, surging after Atreus. Taking the dash action to get there, 'cause that's all he can do. Ooh, Northern Boy. The one with some holes in him is coming after you, Theamos. Let's see, you are not in the water, so he can't do that. As he climbs up onto it after you, Theamos, and you can see as this thing scrabbles on with this barrage of legs, you can see just this cold coming off of its underside, surging into the ice as all around it, at almost a supernatural speed, the ice seems to grow and thicken, stabilizing under its weight. As it seems like with the supernatural cold underneath it, it thickens the ice flow enough to not tilt under its own weight as it tries to chomp onto you. Ooh, a 14. You can see its strange sort of insectoid fangs glow with this red heat as it tries to chomp down onto you. But it misses. Who's next? Who's next? Ah, yes, this one. You can see this one looking at you, Atreus, and then Sophia, you're still watching the battlefield most likely. You can see this weird sort of insect almost crane its neck and body, bending over backwards, watching you run across the ice before snapping its head back forward and jumping after Atreus.
Dang, why me? What did I ever do to you?
As it gets up to Atreus, two strange bolts of blackened magic start striking out after him.
From behind the tree, ooh, with unerring accuracy, these two grave bolts surge from the skeletal creature, slamming into the side of it for 24 damage.
The first one does an extra 5.
Is that already added in or added on top? 29?
No, you gotta add it on top. Yeah.
29 damage. As this thing sort of skitters across the ice, looking to where this came from, and seeing the strange sort of skeleton tucked away behind a tree, and before lashing out at you, Atreus. Chomp. Ooh!
Try me.
With a natural 20, surging past your defenses, crushing on either side of you as you take 37 piercing damage as these things chomp down onto you, and a surge of flame from its hot teeth as you take 9 fire damage on top of that.
Well, you're rolling it to yourself, so it
I
doesn't
say
count.
false.
So that
I
means
say
it's free.
false.
Yeah,
That means it's free.
Yeah, we can't see it.
It's done, GM.
Yeah.
Oh, they got purple blood!
Mm-hmm. So this one apparently can't bleed.
Frozen.
Need its own blood.
There you go.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oof. It's okay, Clyde. I got you.
I don't think Clyde's gonna do anything.
No, because we need to protect him.
Well, fortunately for Clyde, he's not actually freezing in the cold right now, so I think he'll be okay. I think he'll be okay.
Coming up. Towards you, Inferior, skittering across the ice. This thing needs to dash to get up to you. There it is. Yeah. It seems like it has to sort of like bring itself back and lash out with a relatively short reach for creatures of this size. As it closes the distance with you, but is unable to chomp down on you. You can feel the cold emanating off of this thing. As Atreus, what do you do?
I guess I'm shafting this one. Shaft.
Alright.
Shaft.
As
I
both of
think,
those connect. Yeah, you did stab
I
yourself.
think he does
that's all right.
slightly more damage than me.
As both of those connect for 9 and 8 respectively. And as you stab in, you feel this surges of steam come off of it as you take 9 and 5 fire damage respectively for each hit stabbing into this thing.
I think I have fire resistance, don't I?
You do
I think so,
from your forge gift, your ring.
Ah, come on, why didn't you remind me of this? I guess it's still your responsibility.
I have so much I have to keep in mind right now.
Okay. I guess we both come to that realization, don't we?
As... Is that it for your turn?
Pretty much.
All right, as you're in your turn, you can feel... As give me a dexterity saving throw.
Dang, that's crazy.
Ooh, 8 as you fall in, and you can feel just the shift of the ice floe tilt you into the water, and then quickly as the weight leaves it, snap back up as it punches you almost in the back, it seems, pushing you down 5 feet underwater.
Blub 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 blub.
I can't swim.
So do I like
Yes.
sink like a rock or?
You sink like Sonic.
Oh help! I need a life jacket. I don't know how to swim. I can only run.
Yes, you are underwater and considered to be holding your breath. As Eos,
You got this, Eos.
60 feet. So Leos is going to go about like 10 feet into the air. And fly over there and try to create some distance between him, not him, but Damos and this bug thing. Some distance.
ooh, you push back 30 feet. All right.
How smart.
Poof.
Oh shit.
With a natural 20, this thing feels the psionic energy surge through its mind, and it just pushes through with the notion of eat, 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 eat.
That'll be his turn.
And Theos' thing's looking down at you. What do you do?
Just walk up here. Sure, bites me. I'm over here now. Ooh.
Chomp, 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 chomp. Ah.
22 hit? I don't think 22 hits. Does 22 hit?
22 will hit Theos.
Damn.
Ooh, unable to hang on to. What'd you cast on yourself?
Shield of Faith.
Yeah, Shield of Faith.
Let's see. I will point up towards Eos and hit him with a powerful blast of lightning. Just to throw everything. Essentially, I'm not going to do that part, but hit him with a powerful blast of lightning.
Ooh,
For 17.
Okay, 17.
For 18 damage, but then use my reaction to take that, half it, become supercharged.
For 3 rounds, right?
Yeah.
Alright, taking 9 damage, getting dangerously low.
Can I change my health gain? I take no damage. The game doesn't agree with that.
I gotcha.
Concentrating on 9 spells is always my dream.
There we go.
And then, as a bonus action, I will take a greater healing potion.
Alright.
Do that just so it gets rid of it off my character sheet.
So 40, 10 plus 4.
That's all we meant to.
Alright, Inferior facing down this strange insectoid beast.
Ivis is going to start things off by diving down on this creature. Whee! And striking out with his talons. Oof.
Oof. I think it's close to at least 10 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
To be able to hit him with the talons. And it does put him within striking range of this creature.
And then it's when he's gonna do that like flyby thing. So he's gonna go for the talons and then retreat up and over just a little bit more. He doesn't have a whole lot of movement left.
He has 80, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 50. And then he's gonna end up here and 20 feet up. His dive bomb attack not working. This is gonna have to be what it is. Inferior is going to retreat to this rock.
Chomp chomp.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Nope.
Distracted by Ivis, this thing tries to lash out at you as you run away, but it is too slow.
It does not work. Okay. And then Imperial is going to use her bonus action to cast Hunter's Mark on this duder. And then is going to... Wow, why am I concentrating rice?
There's something up with it whenever you cast one. It does it 3 times right now.
That's fine. Oh my.
Ooh,
Oh, do you want me to do it again so it puts the
There you
thing
go.
on it? Okay. And then is going to launch chakrams. Boom, boom, boom.
Ooh.
Hey, hey.
Critting on the first one. Very nice. As give me the Hunter's Mark damage as well. So it'll be 246. Nice.
Those were not good rolls, but that's fine because the attacks were good rolls.
Nice, another 13. As these chakrams race through this thing, you can see just surges of steam and this purple blood splattering all across the ice as this thing almost seems to writher and writhe in pain, tossing itself to and fro.
Cool. That's our turn.
As swimming up, you can see this orange glow growing from underneath you, Nyx, as this large creature surges up out of the water and tries to close in on you and catches nothing but water and air as it smashes onto the ice floe and looks up at you, sort of floating up in the air, and gives this sort of steamy growl in your direction before scanning the battlefield and then surging in Mercury's direction, jumping from one ice floe to the next. As it lands, you can see it tilt and then quickly freeze up underneath it as it looks towards you, Mercury, but is unable to go any further. As it comes to you.
as I will move.
Negative 5 more.
And I'm sure this isn't going to work very well, but I don't care. As this. Yep. As I will twin cast 2 firebolts. One at this guy, one at that guy. I don't know what these creatures actually do, but I'm sure it will go very well. I am playing to my character. Bottom one first, then the one that's charging at me.
As both of these firebolts surge out from you, connecting with the one to the bottom, you can see it slams in and it just seems to writhe in pain, and as a reaction, it just curls itself up into this strange looking ball, like it's almost biting on its own tail, pulling itself together as it takes the full 12 fire damage. And you can see these orange like scales on its back glow very brightly as it curls itself up almost instantaneously after being hit by this fire. And you can see the orange on its back spread further and further as it just seems to be steaming the ice, as it seems to be growing hotter. And the one in front of you as well, 21 or 20, connecting for the full damage. And then once again, it just as a reaction curls itself up, and you can see the orange glow off of its back. As now it seems like these things, having been burned by this strange magic, have tried to defend themselves against it as a reaction.
You should have taken 13, not 12.
Okay, I'll minus one more.
As I will. Who needs it? As I will shout out towards Atreus. No, he's only 5 feet under. Would he be able to hear me?
I don't know. Can you even see me? I am 5 feet underwater.
Doesn't
The water
matter,
does seem
do
kind
you?
of murky.
You can't hear anything when you're really underwater, like not if it's above surface.
Yeah.
I'm like 5 feet underwater.
Yes. I will just, yeah, I will just shout out towards, Nyx. Nyx! You gotta do something about all these things. So I'm gonna give her my little, hero Thylea. But I'm gonna do the resounding one where I can just do 2, so I'll do it for Nyx and, Inferior. So it only cost me 1.
Nyx and Inferior, both of you just getting a bit of inspiration from Mercury as he calls out from one of the larger ice flows, it seems like at the center of your group.
Forgot I was blessed.
Don't worry, the game knows.
Yeah, I put the thing on you.
Okay.
Or you did
Oh.
it actually, but it's
I did it.
taking care of it.
Okay, cool. Sorry,
Yes.
what's happening now?
Yeah, you get
Blessed-
his
or
bardic
not blessed,
inspiration,
yeah,
so you
bardic
can add a
inspiration.
d6 to attack, ability check, or saving throw that you make. As
Sweet.
Sophia, things are going. What do you do?
Get going.
Move a little bit. Just a tiny little bit over here. Actually, no, I'm gonna take a step up here. Just get in range of my magic.
Yeah, and as I would say, as a
Go more of a diagonal.
I guess maybe perhaps like a sort of a free perception check or something you would notice, sort of sitting down away from the chaos of battle a bit more. With these large mountainous rises on either side of this thin valley, it seems to be sort of cutting hard into the wind, cutting across it. All this fog was able to sort of sit in place, as it seems like it's just lots of snow and ice and the like, but not a lot of wind surging through this area. Is something you would notice.
I still can't get in range of him. That sucks. Sophia's just gonna realize that she evaded their notice, gonna sneak back over here and little bit of magic, start to create that strange tether in the air, try to crack out this boy with a mind whip.
Mind whip surging out. And let me get that.
Just consume the slot. Go. And save. Hey.
Not very smart. This thing just sort of like twitch and spasm in place a little bit as it seems like it'll take hold as it takes the 10 damage, and at the start of its turn it's like fucked up, right?
Yeah, right now it cannot take any reactions, and on its turn it has to either move, take an action, or bonus action. But not all.
Alright. 10 damage.
So I'll just look back at my boy over there and just give him a nod to continue his assault. Open character sheet. He's firing off at the dude that seems to be hunting down a trace in the water. Hey.
As both of those will slam home. And struck by these bolts and bleeding out all over the place, this thing just screeches out in pain and just looks towards the south again, but then looks back towards the water where Atreus is, and just you can see it sort of lowering itself down to the ground, trying to slip into the comfort and protection of these dark waters, but unable to move just yet.
That's me.
As Nyx.
Being thankful I got out of the way of this creature, I'm going to... I'm going to start with the bonus action, casting my spiritual weapon. that I can hit it. Does a 15 hit?
A 15 does connect.
Wonderful.
Hashtag blast! I did it!
It did. It actually did.
Mm-hmm.
And then, since I've gotten it to be hit just a little bit, I'm going to follow it up with Toll the Dead.
Nice.
This thing shaking its head at you before turning up towards you again and just letting out that strange steamy hiss before whipping its attention back to Mercury.
Afraid it's not quite like flying, Mercury. I'm stuck up here. It's the best I can do. That's it for me.
Yes. This one just trying to chase after the prey, not realizing that it slowed down and was just coming to the other side of this ice flow and just begins to try to lurch after Atreus before it just feels itself slowed down, its mind unable to sort of process what it needs to do. It wants to eat, but it can't as it just moves, and that's it. The one to the north, continuing its assault in pursuit of Theamos. Oh, actually, you know what?
You could always retreat.
Yep, it is going to go down into the water. You can see quite quickly, Theamos, the orange glow surge from underneath this ice as it is going to pop up on the other side, and as it does so, connecting with the ice, I need a dex save from you, a disadvantage, as it just tilts the entire ice flow as it comes up trying to slide you into the water. Ooh! As you slide, basically pushed 10 feet into the water on its surface. As that is all it can do as its action. And yep. This one chasing after Atreus, trying to get away from these strange, painful bolts coming from this weird skeleton. It's going to dive into the water after you. As it's swimming towards you and tries to chomp down onto you. Yep. Ooh, 23. Once again, you can feel that bite upon you for 26 piercing.
Dang.
And then half of 9.
Dude really just came down for me.
Might have advantage. Unless neither of them have a swim speed.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Atreus isn't looking good.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
That's not him actually breathing, that's just the holes in his lungs.
Oh god.
Oh, then I'd really be dead. Can't inhale.
I mean, you're underwater. You don't want
As
to inhale.
that's a good point. Where is it? And I need a Constitution saving throw from you as you are currently holding your breath.
Oh no.
I might be wrong about swimming, I don't remember.
Yeah, something about underwater combat, right?
I think,
It's just straight disadvantage on attacks. I don't think
yeah, I
you
think Atreus will
take
have-
disadvantage if you're...
Yeah.
Nah, spears work underwater.
Yeah, spears and tridents and the like work underwater, piercing attacks.
Oh, that's what he's got. Yeah, he's got spears.
Yeah.
as you were able to hold on through the pain and not release your minutes worth of air with your constitution score being what it is. You can hold your breath for an absurdly, heroically long amount of time, but too much pain might cause you to lose that held breath.
Or dying.
Yeah, or dying, of course. So don't do that. As that's it for him. Who's left? Where you at? Oh, yeah, the one peppered by Ivis. Yeah, it is going to surge, skittering after you, Inferior.
Figures.
As Chomp. Ooh, unable to connect. Just too slippery for this thing. And it's just bleeding out everywhere. It just seems to be getting weaker and weaker by the moment. As Atreus, hanging on underwater, you can see this thing swimming all around you. Just an unfortunate combatant. What do you do?
Sorry, hang on, talking to mom.
How dare you have a family relationship?
Oh, you started talking. Guess you're drowning.
Thanks, Mom!
Oh, well, I mean, if I die,
I'm not
then
playing
I
in
don't.
Mel's
Then I
game,
get
Jesus.
to talk. If I die in the combat, then I really get to talk to mom now. Yeah. I guess this thing's right next to me.
Yeah, it's like swirling around you, essentially.
Oh wait, does Voice Spear have? Is that the one with the 10-foot range?
No, that's a Sarissa. That's a Greek pike. Different item.
I'm pretty sure I'm about to kill myself.
Do it. Make your dreams come true. I mean, to be fair, if you take any fire damage underwater, you're underwater, so it's... You have resistance, and then you have resistance to the resistance.
That doesn't work like that. Resistance only applies one time.
No, I say it applies to both. Just do it.
Resistance only applies one time.
You do
Rogues get
feel
it because
as you're...
Rogue specifically calls out that it's halved and it's not resistance. That's why Rogues get 4 times.
You do feel that the
Damage
water you're in is
resistance.
super chilled. That's part of the reason why it slows you down so much.
Alright, the second one. Just to make sure I don't kill myself.
You take a deep breath.
I take a deep breath.
Yeah. You mentally take a deep breath, able to sort of center yourself resolute against this monstrous foe.
I know it's
You,
still
the
cold.
slayer
Yeah, I'm still
of
tired.
monsters. What do you do?
No, I'm so cold, so tired. When I get out of this water, I'll still be cold and tired. But less so. Attack. Attack.
Ooh.
Dead.
7. Quick math. 14. 6. That's 20, right?
Yeah, 20.
As it had exactly 20 HP. Hell, as you stab in, the steam bursts out and it just turns into cold bubbles. It's heated by unable to burn you as you contest it in underneath the water. As how do you take this monstrous thing out?
Oh, that's a good question. Atreus, still underwater, able to mentally find his center and still his resolve for what is assuredly a very hot foe, even under the cold water. Stabs out anyways. You know, gotta kill this thing even if it kills himself first. I mean, if he doesn't take it down, who will, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, he just jabs multiple times trying to take this thing down, stabbing it into its head, and takes a mental sigh of relief once it goes limp.
You just stab in the second time. You can see all of the orange scales on its back sort of surge for a moment and then just quickly die down immediately as this thing just just freezes and starts to sink into the bottom of this lake. As very nicely done.
Oh, I guess don't die in the water, guys. Don't go unconscious in the water.
It definitely
Not
seems
only
like it
will
was
you
the
drown.
monster doing that, not you.
Oh, that's kind of cool. As Atreus attempts to swim back up, although I have like half speed. So I'd be like 15 feet total movement. It's like quad. I don't think I can even make it 5 feet.
You are essentially only you're like 5 feet down, but you're like essentially in that square just beneath the ice. So you would be able to use your item interaction to try to pull yourself out of the water onto the ice. You just have to make an athletics check.
Oh, there's a thing on top of there.
There is.
Maybe it might be better for me to just stay underwater.
All
What
right.
do you think?
Yeah, I can hold my breath for an absurdly large amount of time. You don't understand how breathing rules work. It's like I can hold my breath for like minutes equal to like something times my con. I have
Your
like
con
18
modifier.
con. Yeah, something
Okay.
like that. I can hold my breath for an absurdly long amount of time.
4
Okay.
minutes.
It's weird. Yeah, 4 minutes. I
Okay.
can hold my breath for 4 minutes.
Wow, you're like a professional surfer.
Essentially. As long as you don't
Well, to
get
be
hurt.
fair, I do have an inhumanly large amount of constitution, so.
Nice.
Like a brick shithouse.
I mean, anything higher than 10 is. I think I'll just end my turn in the water.
Okay.
Blah, blah.
As Eos.
He's going to fly back down to ground level and then once again attempt to push this guy away. That guy.
Ooh, all right. Shoving him towards where you need to go with distance.
Yeah, he's fine. He'll be fine. I believe in him. He can run away.
Oh, God.
Hi.
Okay.
Jesus, what?
Well,
Oh God.
I must
What?
have had a bunch of things
What just happened?
selected.
What?
We're
just
gonna take the 3 on the end save. That's the one we're gonna take.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think I accidentally selected the whole map by accident.
That would make sense.
My bad.
You're fine.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for reposting that for me. Just this boy with a 0. Well done.
Right.
Okay, you targeted him, so it's gonna roll it anyway. As he goes back 30 feet, just sent almost end over end. This thing crashing across the ice, leaving a trail of purple, steamy blood. You definitely have some breathing room now.
Then he will fly up to 30 feet. And now we have not 3,000. 3,000 feet. That's what I
3,000. Okay.
As at the top of the initiative, round 3, Sophia, due south. You hear steam jutting out of the ice from whence you came. Themos, it comes to you.
I will climb out of the water. And then
That's
to
your
roll.
action.
Is it my action?
Well, it's either an action or it's an item interaction, and then you have to do an athletics check,
Correct.
which would be disadvantage. And I think it's 16 is the save.
Yeah, DC 16 athletics check.
Oh, he's good.
Too hot to fail. Themos easily able to just, with like almost one hand, pull himself onto the ice floe and flip on top.
So let's see. Trius is like underwater. Is that one underwater?
No, it is currently on the surface of that ice floe, looking down into the water. Its attention focused on the last place you saw Theamos, or Atreus, rather.
Well, I will use my spear's ability, bolt, targeting that one, trying not to hit Atreus, so I know he's underwater. Just try.
Yeah, you can throw it at just, I'd say you can throw it at just the right angle. Fucking well done, well done. And conjure up this bolt and it splits across the air, slamming into the one directly in front of you as it needs to make a dex save, and then trying to connect with this one, connecting soundly with a 30 as they make their saves with disadvantage because you're supercharged. Heck yeah.
Nice. Well
Get on.
Yeah, it turns back into a war spear when it reaches the target. So yeah, he doesn't need to make a save. That's right. So just this guy, disadvantage. 11 as he fails. Lightning surging up its body as it just twitches in place. You can see some of the ice on it just starting to shatter and break off into the water as he takes a hearty amount of damage. And the target gets hit for a whopping 27. It slams into him, turning back into the war spear, and lightning just surges out of it into the ice and a little bit up into the air as it just seems to just be in a world of hurt.
Since it's supercharged, it flies back to my hand.
Yeah, it is. That was way
Yeah, like a motorcycle, it just comes surging across, flying across the air, back into your hand.
And then 2 more thrown spears at the one in front of me.
19, 20, both of those connecting as it takes a hearty amount of damage.
So that's my turn.
Well done. Inferior.
Yeah. These things like emit painful steam when they get injured, right?
Seems like it.
Okay. Inferior is going to... Yeah, okay. Inferior is going to, using her climb speed, get up on top of this boulder. It's about 10 feet off this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
As he's going to try to chomp you.
Right. He's going to try to chomp.
Chomp.
Nope.
Wow. Unable to connect 4 times in a row.
Yeah. Ibis is going to rain pinions on this unfortunate creature. Pinions. Boom.
Ooh. As with a barrage coated in lightning, just 4 pinions smack into this thing's back as it just twitches from that last 7 lightning damage as this thing just curls up on itself and crunches into the ice, dead. As
nice.
You can see the orange scales on its back vanish away in terms of their heat, and this thing just freezes solid.
Perfect. And then Ibis is going to fly over to Inferior and up another couple of feet. And then Inferior is going to use her bonus action to transfer her Hunter's Mark to this duder.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then launch chakrams. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
24, 23, 23, connecting all together for 17 damage, and then give me those 3d6. 17, 20, 30 damage. These chakrams just race along the side of this strange-looking creature. It's turning its attention towards Theamos, and as it leaves its back open to you, you just cut in 3 large gouges across its spine as it takes a hell of a lot of damage, blood splattering all over the ice, and this thing just twitching around in pain and anger.
Sorry, buddy. That is our turn.
As this one surging from electricity, bringing itself out of its coiled form, the scales on its back still glowing much, much hotter now, as it seems to have reacted to the flames that Mercury threw at it. And now looking towards Theamos, looking towards Mercury, looking towards Eos. Eos too tall. Let's see. And that. And let's see what fate decides. Theamos, this thing turns towards you and launches itself, just throwing its strange body towards you, just trying to chomp onto you whole hog, as trying to grab onto you.
Huzzah!
And a 9 is not going to do it, as it's coming towards you. This last surge of electricity from that lightning bolt twitches it at just the worst time, as it splashes into the water beneath it, as it tries to crawl itself up, spinning itself in place to bear down on you. As Mercury.
As I will do it again. I will do it again. As I will twin me some firebolts. Shooting at the one downstairs first, and then the one that's at Theamos. The one downstairs. 14.
14 will connect with the one right here, right?
Yep, that one.
All right, as that one connects, it takes the 15 fire damage, and once again you see that same reaction as it curls itself up, and you can see the scales on its back grow much brighter again as this one takes the full 15.
As I shoot the one by Theamos.
Ooh, sound hit.
Over 29 hits it.
As 29 hits it and the flames lick along its side, and you can see the orange scales all along its back surge with light as this thing just seems unbothered by this fire. As it seems like after it's taken this curling reaction, it is immune to your flames.
Good to know. Let's see, they got that, so they're good at that. Yep, that'll be my turn.
Sophia. Oh, I got my voice cracked, Jesus.
That did.
Start making my way sort of over towards my little summon boy. As I call out to him, take your chance. Be clear. One, then the other. Point out at the beast in the water. And switch places with me. And be loud about it. And Sophia's gonna walk out to there, and then with a little bit of magic, gonna coil up around her body. And she's just gonna disappear and reappear on the side of the tree over here.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to turn. Cast a cantrip. Just at a almost dead boy over. A strange skeletal hand will form and try to claw into him. Looking like the Banshee Claw.
Ooh! Ooh!
Nice.
Claw into his ass.
As that is definitely going to take him out. How does your chill touch take down this strange, icy, hot creature?
Just a skeletal hand, a little bit of flesh still on it, looking like the severed hand of her strange spectral spirit creature that she summons. Just claws across this thing's face, and it seems like the wound cuts shallowly at first, but then it seems like it just starts to fester with this strange gray magic that just sucks the life out of it.
This thing's face almost seems to sort of just dry up and desiccate and just crumple in a little bit as it twitches and finds itself turning into this frozen statue on the ice. As this one just seems to, with its dying moments, sort of freeze solid a bit of the ice underneath it. Let me see here.
Skeletal boy doing what he's told. Switches places with Sophia, making his way to where she was standing just a moment ago, and lets loose 2 shots. Way up north! Oh yeah. Because he's a super archer, and he's got 150 feet.
As Atreus, underneath the water, you can see just above you, the ice seemed to freeze together, but you have plenty of air. Yes. Freezing together into this ice flow. As you send the 2 bolts at the one next to Themos.
Yep.
As I think both of those should connect as well.
22.
22, yes. 21 health as this thing freezing up and just getting blown apart by this necrotic energy, just drying itself out. As this one goes down as well. And much like the others, you can feel just this immediate drop in temperature right next to it, as a bit of the ice to the south seems to freeze up, connecting it a bit. Yeah.
As the last bit of his command, Mr. Skeleton Boy just starts rattling his bones. Being just a loud, clanky mess. Chattering of his jaw. His arms start to clang together as he just starts to make a racket.
Alright.
That's me.
As Nyx.
Oh god, it's that one all the way over there still alive, isn't it?
Indeed.
Okay, let's see. It's too far for my spear. I'm going to strike it with a guiding bolt because I think that's all I can hit it with from up here.
All right. Star conjured up, surging forth.
Hang on, I'm gonna try to do the thing where I target it and I cast it. I want the effect. No effect.
Guiding bolt doesn't have an effect yet.
Damn.
A 28 will hit for 9 damage, highlighting this creature, granting advantage on the next attack against it.
And that's gonna be it for Nyx as she looks around trying to figure out how she's going to get down.
Did you use your bonus action yet?
I didn't, but my spiritual
move
weapon
your
won't be
sword.
reach. Because
You can move it though.
I can
20
move
feet.
it. Yeah, I'll move it 20 feet, because I can.
Yeah, you can move it over like a US by Thanos.
Yeah, but I won't get, like...
You won't get a strike, but I mean...
But it's closer.
It's closer, yeah.
Alright, that's my turn.
Alright, so it comes to the last of these strange creatures as it angrily skitters across the ice back towards Themos. Actually, it's going to go here. Fate's Weave has been spawned, and Themos, you have been chosen. Dashing. Getting to here. Closing in on you. As that is all it can do. Atreus!
Atreus, in his tired state, will try to swim. Now, each one is like 4. So how far can I go with 15 feet of movement? I guess I could dash, so 30 feet.
I think I want to say 10 feet.
Yeah. Alright. I'll slowly swim through the water. It's
Getting to
already
there.
cold. Slims are tired. Ooh.
Getting to the edge, you can see the ice break away just behind you. You can see the surface again, able to go up if you so choose.
Alright, then I will try to go up.
Taking
Alright, is
0
that
feet.
ability check?
Yeah, and if you can use your action to dash. So yeah, item interaction, ability check, DC 16 athletics check.
Ooh, actually I have disadvantage on that.
Ooh,
No.
11. You try to pull yourself up. It's just exhaustion keeping you in the water.
That's it.
All right, Eos.
It's gonna fly a bit away. And then come back down to ground level and keep pushing him around. You're just not allowed to be anywhere where you want to be. Oh, hold on. Don't press that. Let's target him so we don't have a million rolls.
Ooh, 5. As 30 feet straight back. Actually, the orientation is based on Geos's position, not yours. So 30 feet straight back. Send him there.
Then with the rest of the movement, he will go back up another 10 feet as on his turn. And now that it's on me, with that distance created, I'm just my last turn of supercharge, throw my spear at him 4 times.
God.
As all of those will
Damn.
hit. 19, 17. Whew. Channeled full of lightning, Theamos, holding on to this war spear, given to you, crafted and improved by your aunt, the goddess of wisdom. You, the son of God of War, how do you finish off this last Rimaraz?
Maybe give him 13 more HP. Take 13 off of that because I don't have Divine Favor on.
Okay, so let me do the math again then. Okay, so minus 17. Yeah. Minus 17. Yeah. And that leaves him with 4. How much is the last hit?
12.
Without Divine Favor? Yeah. Yeah, so you still take him out. He only had 4 HP after the first 3 attacks. So the last hit would take him out because you rolled a 2 plus your strength. So yeah, still, how do you take him out?
It's just like a Gatling gun that doesn't exist in this world. Thanos is just throwing his spear constantly at the same spot as it just goes deeper and deeper until flying out its back and then back into Thanos' hand.
Just over and over again, these lightning-imbued impacts, cracking in, surging back, cracking and surging back, cracking and surging back, and punching a straight hole through this thing as just these orange scales go scattering, almost like a shotgun blast across the ice behind it, as this thing just almost seems to fall back before its legs lock onto the ice, and it just locks itself in place, frozen, bent over backwards with a hole through its chest, as it locks in place, as this last one stops moving, and you see Theamos up to your northwest, off in this direction. surging through the ice, a very large orange glow.
Come on.
As surging just past you, almost so fast as to be a bit unfair. Maybe time to go, Inferior. As Kira just shoots a smile at you.
That's comforting. Inferior dashes after Kira. Not that she can get very far. Yeah, she really can't get very far, but she dashes after Kira, dropping concentration on Hunter's Mark as she goes. If I can figure out how to do anything. There we go. And Ibis will follow. He can get a lot farther than Imperia, but he doesn't want to completely ditch her, so he's not going to go his full movement. He's just going to go to here. And then he's going to use his action to charge a charge beam.
All right. Yes. Mercury, it comes to you.
How far can you do a long jump?
Strength score.
Yeah.
If you ran 10 feet.
Okay. Do that. Then I can do that. Yep. Alright, I will run and I will jump. Go there. Maybe, if it ever lets me click myself. As I will twin cast and distance spell haste. As blessing drops as I cast haste on both Atreus and Inferior.
Hey, thanks, fam.
Doubling their speed. Nice.
There's nothing I can do with Sophia because she's 150 some odd feet away.
Rules lawyer, you can't twin and distance. On the same spell. Only one meta magic per spell. Unless you're empowering it. It's the only one that does that.
You can hold it.
Sure, that's what I'll do. Hold it till Atreus gets closer.
Yeah. Because then he'll be able to benefit from that once he starts his turn too.
Yep.
As Mercury locks on some magic, concentrating on it, holding it in place, waiting for Atreus to get in range. Sophia!
Stuff coming in behind me didn't show up, huh? Okay.
Not yet, at least. But Kira told us it was time to skedaddle, so...
Sophia turns to her little skeletal summon, still doing his clacky routine. You're done, you'll jump. Away with you. And she sort of just waves her hand as he just falls to pieces, falling to the ground as the bones just disperse into gray mist, just to nothingness. As she casts some spells upon herself, a bit of gray magic swirling up around her body, and it seems like the clothes on her body start to lift ever so slightly. She takes the air, going up about 30 feet. She casts fly on herself.
Going forward and up, or just up into the tree?
Basically just up into the tree limbs, still using them sort of as cover to avoid being a sore thumb, but basically going up to the top of the tree.
Alright.
Right foot. Already there.
You should be able to give yourself a fly as well. With a little
I
cat
can't.
face.
I can't delete my dude.
I got you. Pile of bones!
So that's me.
As Nyx.
Okay, so it says it's part of levitate. Since I cast a spell and I am the target, I can decide to go down or up. So Nyx is going to de-levitate down.
Yep.
20 feet. Or, no, because my
19 feet.
my movement is half. So
I don't believe moving with levitate. Does moving with levitate use your movement?
yeah,
Hmm?
I can. If you are the target, you can move up or down as part of your move. Oh, I guess it doesn't really say movement, but I don't know if it's supposed to say it's part of your turn.
It basically means you can swim up or down by using your movement, sounds like.
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh,
Yeah, I would think that you can go up or down without using your movement speed, using the magic.
that would make sense.
Okay, so here's what is going through Nyx's head. She's still gonna levitate. She has her whole like lantern rod, and she's right next to a block of ice. I want to levitate down and push off against the ice, trying to go towards the direction, like northeastward.
Perfectly reasonable. That's exactly how the spell works.
Hell yes. I just don't know how far it would get me to move when I push, but that's what I'm doing.
I would say like locomoting yourself in that fashion would use your speed.
You move as if you were climbing.
I take the dash action when I do this.
Okay, so that would take you to 30, then half. So I think you'd be able to move northeast 15 feet.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, because there's two ways you can do it. There's one, you can make the target rise or lower 20 feet, and then you also can just swim in it.
Alright, and now that I'm...
You would need to be at least like 5 feet off the ground at this point to reach that.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be.
Okay.
And that's gonna be my turn.
Atreus.
Yeah, Atreus is gonna climb out into the ice and then sort of steady himself. Take the action to dash. That is for 15 feet.
So Atreus is at 25 feet away from you, and Infuria is at 35 feet away.
I think I can... 15 more feet? Yeah. Alright.
Haste.
Yay.
Thanks, ma'am.
You guys should be able to add that on like you did the bless.
I did.
Yep, good shit.
I done did it.
There we go. As you step there, Atreus, you can feel a surge of magic from Mercury come into being on you as you find yourself able to step even further. And your speed being doubled.
Nice. Where's the last dude?
I think he was coming from this way.
Or ping it?
I think somewhere up here.
Yeah. Somewhere up to the north,
Everything's
northwest.
dead otherwise.
Yeah,
Yeah,
all the guys
everything's
around you are dead. You can see a large sort of orange glow up to the northwest, and down to the southeast, there is a orange glow, large as well, coming from that direction, along with steam and the like, as it seems to be swimming underwater.
That's over here, right?
No, back towards where Sophia
Oh
is.
god, everyone's saying over there and over here.
Oh, so there's one coming from over here, and one coming from where?
Up to the northwest.
Like here?
Like by the waterfall.
Yeah, up by the waterfall, but yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Basically the left side of the map.
Okay.
Let's go faster.
Oh yeah, Trace, you want to use some more of your speed?
Yeah, I guess I'm back to normal movement.
Yeah, then you already used your action to dash, right?
So I guess I can use my hasted action to dash.
Dash more.
Yeah.
Why are you going that way?
Didn't he say that there was one over here?
Yeah, a giant thing where a god literally told you to run away.
Oh shit. Oh, and then we could fight.
I'll go get him.
Damn, what the?
No, go get him. I believe in you.
Get him! Go get him
Nah,
with
believe in me.
your quarter! With your quarter.
I'll hold him off, guys, don't worry. Right where I want him. TM. Wink looks at the camera.
Dear lord.
God, I'll hold him back, me.
Yeah, I'll hold him back. And, I guess we'll play hopscotch.
Wee. Easily with your athletic ability, able to cross these jumps. As Gios.
He is going to fly over to Kira. Yeah, take dash action. Not dash, dodge.
All right. Theamos.
See, if I hold a dash action, would I be able to move? Not like my full move, but like take that dash move.
I believe so.
So that's what I will do, because I don't see... everyone's accounted for except Sophia. So I'm going to wait till Sophia passes by just to start running away.
All right. Inferior.
So wait, am I understanding this correctly? That with haste, I can dash twice?
Yep.
Yep. And your movement doubles, so actually your movement's 30.
Well,
So you should be able to move 90 feet.
so if my movement was halved, and now it's doubled, it's back to what was normal.
Yep.
So it's back to 35. Okay. I have
She has
extra...
extra movement.
Yeah.
They have extra movement.
So I'm gonna dash to here. Whee!
You can see as you're like running across the ice, putting your sort of your full weight. You can hear just as the ice finally cracks open behind you, leaving that all spidered open.
Had a feeling. And then going to wait, okay. Target speed is doubled. So I used my haste action to dash, and then I'm gonna use my movement. Wait, because I'm so confused. So if I use my haste action to dash, and I use my movement to get here,
Yeah, you can.
do I
dash
still have
as
an action?
Yeah.
As my action, I'm going to. I don't really want to dash again because then I'm like way out there. Ooh. What if I went? That is. Why can't I function? 35 is there. So what if I went here instead and took the hide action?
You certainly can do that.
That's what I'm gonna do. And
It's
then
like a rocky, bushy outcropping.
perfect. And then Ibis is going to. He can't go over this rock, can he?
He could certainly fly up to it. It's I think 50 feet up. So he's already 30 feet up, so he can go over.
Yeah, he's gonna skim on over this rock over to. Whoops, why did it suddenly go way farther? If that was only. Whatever. To like the branches of this tree.
Yep.
And that is. There's our turns. And he's gonna charge. Can he have more than one charge on the charge beam?
Yes, he can. You can
He's
build
gonna
them
put
up.
another charge on his charge beam. There we go. Okay.
Kira quickly and lightly steps past and beyond you. As
Typical.
Mercury.
As I will move there. I think it's right where Sophia. But look how shitty everyone is. I will cast some mass healing word. Is everybody within 30 feet? 60 feet. It's 5 hit points.
That's Nyx and Themos. Both get 5. Eos, Atreus.
That'll be my turn.
Sophia, comes to you.
Ibis gets some too. Or no, because he's up. Darn.
By 30 feet up and 30 feet out. How did that go? So like 45 feet. Scooting around the rock wall. Raise up in the air. Back a little way. So I'm just dashing. That's me.
Alright. Nyx.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna levitate back down onto the ice since I'm over on the solid surface. And then take the dash action. Let's see, that was 10. Then I think I could make it as far as here, or at least here.
Yep.
And yeah, actually, is the ice thing still tilting?
I think
my
you're
turn.
slightly levitating though. You're not really touching the ice, are you?
No, I hit the ground.
Oh, then you probably want 1 foot back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can feel it sort of shift as you would go to that point.
Alright, yeah, so I'm just gonna stay firmly in the middle of this thing. as I prepare to jump over this next gap. That's going to be my turn.
Alright, Atreus.
Hopping, skipping, jumping. Wow. Frolic through the ice.
Frolic.
And I use my hasted action to... No, actually, I guess I could. No, it's not more than half, but then it's doubled. My speed is doubled. Yeah, and then I'll use my hasted... I'll use my I'll use my regular action to dash. I guess that's it. I only have a, I guess I'll just use my hasted action to dash to catch up to Kira.
Alright, yes.
Continue to follow after Kira. That's right. That'll be for him, and then Thamos sees a slight depressive, spot in the sky. It's still not past him, as I'll move a bit back for now. Get there, and then hold my action to dash when Sophia gets past me.
Alright, at the end of your turn, you can see rearing its head from up high, up by the waterfall. Skittering forward, looking down onto the entire expanse of this area as it begins to sort of climb its way down slowly but surely, but it has a long way to go. Much larger than the others, and you can see all along the front of its body thick plates of ice, all along its back hard and large shards of this orange hot crystal, as this thing is immensely and immediately more powerful than what you have fought already.
Yep. Nope. Hard
As
nope.
Inferior.
Yep, that's me. I don't really feel like there's anything I can do to help people. So I'm gonna just okay, so I'm gonna move over past these guys. Does the trail go more like this way or more like this way?
It just seems to continue directly northeast, like just straight northeast.
Okay, cool. Gonna go right there, and I don't know what else to do. I guess I'll take the dodge action, and then Ibis is going to yeet over here with us and down a bit. And another charge on his charge beam, because why not?
As to the southeast, the ice and steam burst forth and joining into the fray at a great distance. Another one of these large ones covered in these thick icy plates and large shards on its back, as it uses all of its movement to get to that position on the map.
Okay, Sophia, hurry up.
Poor Sophia.
Oh, my bad. Mercury.
So run and jump there as you just feel this lethargy wash over Atreus and Inferia as I will cast Haste at 4th level on Nyx. So she can get the fuck out.
Whoa, what does it do at 4th level?
Nothing.
Oh.
I'm just on a 3rd level spots.
Okay.
Nice.
Turn.
Okay.
Alright, nope. Sophia.
Sophia dashes through the air 60 feet.
Come on, Sophia.
Is your flight only 30 feet? Oh
I'm
no, because it's
exhausted.
half. That's right.
Fly over here, but I'm catching up pretty quick. Since I just called down from above. Just go. I'll catch up.
Nyx.
Okay, so Nick's feeling faster. Fuck, what is it? My speed is doubled?
Your speed's back to 30. You should technically go 90 feet. With all your dashes.
That actually works out perfectly. I'm going to use my first 30 to get across. But with my action, seeing as we've got company, I am going to cast Guardian of Faith behind me. We're going to place it here. Right where I once was.
Boom. That starry figure holding its spear in the ready position.
And then I'm going to take the haste dash action to continue moving. And I think that's all the movement I've got.
Alright, at
Unless
the end
it's
of...
supposed to put me at 60 feet? With the haste dash?
Haste doubles your speed to 30, then if you dash once, it takes you to 60 total.
Okay.
Yes, down to the southeast. Another burst of ice.
I detonate the
Large.
C4 I left behind.
As Atreus, lethargic. Eos, already over there safely?
Yeah.
Alright. Theos.
Seeing Sophia coming pretty quickly, I will just dash now.
Alright. Easily able to cross that gap.
And that's it.
As at the end of your turn, that orange light up to the north. Another burst of steam. As seems like 4 of these massive creatures are bearing down on you with killing intent. As Inferior already in the clutches of safety and in the clutches of lethargy. Mercury. You see all of these monsters moving quite quickly across the ice towards your group.
She's back there. 4 is that? 3. As I hop here. Wait, what's the range on this? 90. Fire these fuckers. Yeah. I am going to cast some Mind Whip. How far is this one? Yeah. As I will cast Mind Whip, I will empower it, and I will do Distance Spell on it as well, so it has 180 feet. Using my last sorcery point, as I will empower. No, I can't empower because these are my last sorcery point. So, I will cast it at 2nd level because that's all I've got, as I will shoot it out at the closest one to Sophia and at this one.
Alright. both of them fail. You can see this thing just sort of twitch before quickly snapping back to attention.
It's my turn.
And Sophia.
So I turn around, take the next 10 minutes, shoot them all down from the sky, and I'll fly. Oops, went a little bit too far. It's me.
Yes. Nyx, you're good. Surging forward. Atreus. Let's get out of here.
Yes, I suppose.
That's that.
Alright, as it seems like with Sophia flying, you all seem to have a decent head start as these things surge across the ice towards you. And as they skitter down, this one able to get down towards the ice using all of its movement, dashing. Seeming to almost freeze the water underneath them, making these ice bridges that they can quickly jump and cut across with immense speed, all of these legs propelling them forward as they seem to be surging towards where you all are running away from the mat, closing the distance.
Any of them get within 10 feet of my spiritual guardian, it is going to lash out at them.
Should be some sort of distraction. We need to get out of here.
You can see Kira sort of hesitate for a moment. A strange sort of, not yellow or not golden, just this almost cerulean blue light sort of emanate from her eyes. And she just sort of shake her head and just keep moving forward. Come on, all of you, come on. As Mercury, what do you do?
Seeing that these creatures are gonna get close and seeing that, you know, Sophia's still needing to get away, I'm going to wait and get ready to cast Thunder Wave. At my
A mile in the sky, baby.
Maximum ability out of my Whistler. As you would feel the... Would the haste drop on Nyx?
If you're
Yeah.
preparing to cast a spell yet.
Out of the Whistler? Yep.
Yeah.
Alright.
As you feel that lethargy wash over you, as it seems like all of you, save for Mercury holding his action, are able to move away from the ice as more and more of them come forward. Yeah. Stop it. As Sophia, you'd be able to move on your turn.
I just fly 30 feet this away. Now, Kelly, what are you doing?
Valid question.
It's fine, I got it.
My fucking character sheet.
Are you holding it until they all seem to sort of get within range? Or just the first one? Okay. As more and more...
I'm gonna cast some grease underneath Mercury, and I'm gonna yank him towards me. Just a little bit.
As you
creating
would...
a triangle of grease out in front of him, yanking him backwards.
Able to pull him back. What is it, 5 or 10 feet?
It's 5 feet.
As you feel yourself slid, you can hear a bit of the crack of ice underneath you, Mercury. And as closing in.
That one's gonna make a save.
Blah.
As the spear lashes out at it, as the spear lashes out at the next one next to it, as the spear lashes out at the one next to it, just in a quick flurry of blows, this Guardian of Faith lashes out to all 3 of these ones. And as the spear slams home into just the middle one soundly, the other 2, even the sound one, you can see barely seems to affect this thing. It takes 20 damage. The one takes 10 and 10.
That one got in range. So the Guardian whips around and stabs at it, only dealing 10 damage.
Come on, y'all, we gotta go.
As... This last grouping surges up to you, Mercury.
It will hit another one that moves because it still had a 10 left in the chamber. So one of them's got to make a save.
That's fine. It takes another 10 damage.
This is gonna go boom.
A thunder wave surging out from you, Mercury. And all of them making their saves. Taking damage. And as that thunderous cube echoes out from underneath you, Mercury, and out towards you, this last chunk of ice shatters into pieces, as with just a hard burst of sound energy, these strange creatures get blasted and take the full brunt of it, and some of them are shoved now into the water as Mercury, you follow suit. The ice shatters underneath you.
Just kind of turn blue as this little canary pops up on my shoulder as I say, well, I'll forgive you. As I just kind of look down in the water, as you just hear him say, hey Paul, as I fall in.
Water, and then as the large Rimarazes get thrown into the water with them, a massive burst of steam from the hot energy on their backs as it just seems to swirl into this strange sort of mixture of ice, water, and just fog and heat. We need to go. We need to go now. This turtle is where it needs to be. We need to go. As she looks to you with a hopeful look of understanding and recognition, you asked her a long time ago what she would do if the turtle was in the roadway, and she would put it where it needed to be.
As Sophia looks at the big old rock next to all these things falling into the ice next to Mercury. Chosen as looking at the rock wall next to them, a bit of magic surges out from her fingertips. As small little splinters in the rock starts to form, little gray lines spreading across it, and the rock wall explodes, casting her third little shatter on it, pelting everything down below with stones.
As stones, large boulders slough out of the side of this rocky cliff, seems to be filled up with ice, just making this whole structure a lot weaker as the thunder channels through it and rocks cascade into the lake as steam and water splashes all around. And Mercury is nowhere to be seen.
I turn and fly away.
As Kira continues to sprint to the northwest, or northeast, next as you come up to her, would be able to see at her side, you can see her eyes still glowing that strange sort of cerulean blue, and just tears streaming down the side of her face. As that is where we're going to end tonight's session. Sans Mercury.
Rebel Flame, are you still there? Are you still watching, hon? Who's gonna tell her?
I do think that is her favorite character. I want to thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. I know we had some crazy technical difficulties. I'm sorry about that. I certainly hope you all had fun with this crazy mythical Greek adventure. And I certainly hope that you will want to continue to see what happens next, where this odyssey will take our brave heroes from this point forward. I want to thank you all again so much for watching. I hope to see you for this upcoming Thursday game for Song of Rapture as we continue our story there at level 13. And yeah, that's all I've got for you. This is well, it hurts me just as much as it hurts them. I am going to go ahead and host one of our friends of the channel, our good friends over at Dice Tyrants, and I want to thank Johnny Thunder for the bits, and Uzuri for following, and Psychic Siren for following. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us tonight. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got for you. May your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Toodles.